And hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to the penultimate episode of Season 1 of The Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign with, like, the best cast in the world. The world. And if you don't know it...
Too.
Oh, no! Look, Myth, we have a special present for you today because you are the best. So, hey, chat, we have a special present for Myth today. Nobody tell him what happened last week. He didn't watch. So,
I was told not to. So here I am.
Yeah.
Listening to chat, which I usually don't do.
Hi. I want to thank everyone here who is watching us tonight for being here for this episode. Thank you. There's so much to say. I'm so excited. This is a wonderful crew, a wonderful game. I've been having such a good time jamming it. It is welcoming and healing and awesome. And even though there's a lot going on, these players make everything worth it. So I want to thank you. And you is hanging out watching our show, you make it worth it too. People sometimes be like, oh no, TTRPG, blah, blah, blah. And they're just talking about Twitter. But everybody here who hangs out with us, y'all are great. And that's what I want to tell you. So thank you for supporting us. And there are lots of ways to support us. And you can, if you like, tell your friends that we're here. You can watch the show here or on YouTube. You can join our Discord, where we have a space to chat about the show, and also drop some pretty epic gifts, including gifts of Grimjack as Q when he was jamming a Star Trek game 2 years ago that he did not invite me to, 3 years ago that he did not invite me to, which, wow, but it looked amazing. So, you know, like the amazing folks we got going on. If you like, you can also donate tips and bits, and if you do, we will read out those tips and bits messages at the half and at the end. You can be one of our patrons. The patrons go, and all the stuff that comes in goes to help pay for the cast, and also pay for art, which, by the way, Void Smoker has been working really hard on the art for the show and has finished art for all of the PCs and the 4 NPC crew members, and our crew has not actually seen all 4 of the art yet, is doing a very special piece of art, which I hope will get done really soon and I can reveal to you all next week for the last episode. And then also art of the Gambler, and then also its alter ego, the Stone Jackal. And I'm hoping next week I get to do some big reveals and make some big announcements that I'm really excited about. So thank you to all the Patreons, and especially to our special Patreons, of which we have 4, and we have only 4 slots for the special word from our sponsors Patreon tier, and our sponsors, that is a $200 tier, and there's only 4 of them, and $200 will pay for the cast, not me, for 1 week. And if you are in our special Patreon tier, you get a special shout out, and also a special ad. And right now I'm sort of building these ads for our special new Patreons, one of which is going to be a very spacey ad, which I think will be really cool. And so I want to shout out right now our special Patreons: KY Hawkeye, Will and TW, a Neo, an Amoeba, and also Josh Meehan, who is also part of the special present that's coming for Myth and all of you today. All of you.
That's coming for Myth. I love it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
That's all.
That's like Josh.
So, I would like to start, and only 4 slots. Also, I should say, by the way, we do have we now have something you can spend your channel points on. You can spend your channel points. There's a number of options, and these channel points allow you to create a potential passenger for our pirates to take along with them. And you can purchase passage from various distances, parsec distance travel, and also how expensive you want those tickets to be. And those are all there in our lovely channel points. I also want to note for the record, you have 1 more basic passenger, so you actually have a full crew. Donnie Decker was along with you as well, was your other basic passenger, along with your really should not be a pirate fellow. And that was from Willen, and I wanted to just make sure that was there. Willen's our note keeper, knows all of that, so it is important. So, whenever I like to start the game, I like to have everybody introduce themselves, say who they are and who they're playing, and then answer a question. And the question is always innocent and never anything to be worried about, and it's never any kind of ammunition in any way to get you, ever. It's just like a get to know you sort of a question, you know.
Yeah, the more you say this, the more I believe that.
Interesting. So I just wanted to ask each one of you a question. However, each one's gonna be a little bit different for no reason. I don't have like a general question for all of you. I have a very specific question for each one of you. And when I ask these very specific questions to each one of you, in no way is it a cover for the one question I really want to know the answer to for Doom, which is not at all what's going on in any way. So I'm going to ask each one of you just a question, and I'm very excited about it. And actually, I thought I had two questions. One which was for evil plots, and one was for like a present. Yes, that's right. It's true. I did. Okay, so I have two questions. One which is for evil plots, and one which is for a present.
Okay. I'm ready.
Cool. Who should we start with? I feel like we should start with Greg. Hey, Greg.
Hey, what's up?
Could
Somehow
you-
I got myself out of breath there. Go ahead.
I would love for you, if you do not mind, to say who you are, who you're playing, and answer these two questions. Question one. If you had a quote or a motto that you think like sums up Val, what would that be? I would like your Val quote or motto.
Sure.
And then I have a second question. And your second question is this. Val is a member of an organization. I know this. You know this. Val knows this. An organization that is a little subtle, let's say. You know?
Yeah.
How would members of this organization signal to each other so that they could know that they were both members of the same organization? Those are the two questions I have. Motto, and how might people of the organization that Val belongs to recognize each other?
Sure. Hi, my name is Greg, Grimjack21502. I'll be playing Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey here on Traveler, Pirates of Drinax. The first question, what would Val's motto be? Okay, I'm going to give you the motto that everyone would know to this point that he would kind of share with the world. That one would be curing through kindness. And that's also a lie. And so the next one that the question would be, how would they signal to one another? I think the easiest way to do it is if smoking is still something that's done, I'm assuming that it is with the pipes and cigars.
Absolutely.
It would be a specific type of cigarette from a specific type of place, and it would be offered. And if the person declined, then that would be the...
God, I hope you don't actually.
Is there a specific way that you decline, by the way?
I'm trying to quit, or if you're they killed one of my parents. Just horrible, but no. That's the
Yeah.
not gonna do it.
Hope you don't end up running into someone who's actually trying to quit.
Or you get the follow up, right?
It's a very rare type of cigarette. We'll give it that. It's a very
yes.
In fact, only the people that are part of this club have this particular cigarette. Let's just say that.
I imagine someone could buy it, but I imagine it's quite rare. Quite rare. Thanks. I appreciate that. Wow.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate you. Aw.
Back to you, Trooper.
Fox.
Yes.
I would love for you to introduce who you are, who you're playing, and then answer these two questions. Question one. And I know it's very difficult for you to figure out which one is like the present question and which one is like the plotting question. So
Mm-hmm.
if the Harlock had a motto or a saying, what would it be? And then the second question would be, the Harlock is also a secret agent for the Zodani Empire, and has been undercover quite often, and that's a thing that has happened. How would people who are undercover signal to recognize each other? Some of our questions have to do, some of these questions have to do with recognition today. Why? Who knows?
So I think a quote, motto, if you will, for the Harlock would be essentially it's a take on a saying that many of us probably will have heard, but cross Harlock and find out. And as far as how people would recognize each other, I think that it's the sort of thing that the level that she had gotten to, they don't like, there is no real communication. Like, there's communication that on these missions and such she would send back, but like, she does not engage with anyone while out.
Well, let me phrase it this way. When you're out there, sometimes, no particular reason, I'm not bringing this up for any reason, of course,
Mm-hmm.
but sometimes your superiors might need to get a hold of you or send you a message. How would they do that?
Likely, it would be, I don't know that it would be something where a person is involved.
Mm,
I don't think like there's no face-to-face stuff,
yeah.
because it's too dangerous.
Yeah.
But it would be more,
Maybe something in like because you have a membership to the Travels Age Societies, maybe in one of their lounges in like the terminal, perhaps something like that.
yeah, it would be in one of those spaces, but it would be the sort of thing where she would just get the information into, I mean, because for anyone who doesn't know, the Zodani are psionic users. So other people involved in this would also be psionic users.
Yes.
So she would likely just get the information in her head space. And there would be some sequence of like characters and things like that would be the special, but it's like, if you're thinking Pi or something like that, it would be very long and very complicated, and not, it would involve things that aren't just like physically able to be written in numbers and letters. It would be a whole bunch of things that like only Zodani can really access.
Nice. I love that. So I imagine perhaps, right, some kind of like a think like a little beacon. Do you know what I mean? Like perhaps kind of like a psychic beacon that might,
Yeah.
right, if you access like a terminal, one of the terminals, and look at the personals at or whatever, like you can sort of check, and like there might be
and like it's not impossible that there would be a situation where she goes in there and there's another agent there, but they wouldn't make actual contact. It just would not happen.
Yeah. And also one thing that's tricky about making contact, right, is that you're traveling and it takes a long time to get anywhere. So you're gonna have to do a thing where, like, if somebody needs to get a hold of you, they'll probably be like, okay, we know you're in this area. Somebody put a message on the terminal, right? And then those things will finally make them go out. And I imagine you just have to check the terminals, the different planets you get to, and see if something has been dropped.
Yeah. Well, and like also like, it's not information that really likes to be passed around, but there are like static agents that are just around. And you'll never know. You won't see them. They won't use their abilities. Like, they're just kind of there.
Yeah.
In the way that
when you do,
I was gonna say, in the way that back in the day in like old-timey Japan, ninjas were actually, they just looked like people because they were just like farmers and stuff. Like, they did not look like ninjas. They looked like somebody who would have like a farming implement and just be getting information.
So the only problem is that, like, when you do know the Zodani are there, they're probably stabbing you. Do you know what I mean? That's
it's again, by the time you know, it's a little late to know. So
too late. Thank you, Ari. Ari is up next. Ari, they're the best. I'm going to ask Ari the following. Who are you? Tell us who you are, who you're playing, and then ask these two questions. One is, what would Harlock's motto or quote be? Would be the first question. And then the second question would be the following. Tarek is from a noble house, and actually a sort of an ancient and very old noble house from the old Sindalian Empire, even before the Drinaxian Empire. And I would like to ask if there's anything, and I imagine many people so long ago wouldn't know anything about it, but you know how many noble families have like physical characteristics that sort of like, oh, like that's a Habsburg chin, you know, or various noble families are like, oh, yeah, that family. Is there anything recognizable about the noble family that Terica comes from?
Point of clarification. Am I giving Terica's motto or am I taking a guess at the Harlock's motto?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Terica's motto.
Okay, cool. I had a split second of, I mean, I can, but I'm probably going to be like
No,
rapidly
that'd be hilarious, too.
messaging Rocket on the side being like, okay, so theoretically, I've got this idea. Like, okay, so in that case, hi, y'all. I'm Ari. I'm far too detail oriented for my own good and everyone else's. And I can be found online on Instagram and Twitter and here. And I can be found live here in Seattle at Unexpected Productions. I believe I'm performing this Saturday, although frankly, the only way that I keep my schedule straight at this point is with a calendar. So I'd have to double check that, which I'll do before the end of the show. Terica's, so the thing that is really easy to recognize about all of the Rebbenhausen and like that long line of just nobility is actually their red hair and bright green eyes. It's a pretty common trait. Even the few who ended up with blue eyes tend to have like a really green ring around the outside of them. So it's that combination that you kind of see that, and usually there's an air around them. You know,
I know.
pretty obvious. Yeah.
Just,
Ugh.
And motto or quote?
Well, I think that Terica's motto used to be, I'll do it my way. And now it's very much like, staying alive. That's their motto. Like, don't die.
I love that. And you did say who you're playing, right?
Oh yes, I'm playing Terica,
Our pilot. Thank you. And last but not least, but most to be surprised today, hopefully, Myth. Myth, it's so good to see you. I'm so glad you're back.
Hi.
And
I'm not nervous.
So excited. I was wondering if
Yay.
you could introduce
Make
who
fun of
you
us.
are, who you're playing, what would be like the motto or quote for the Baron, and the second question, because again, all of our questions are about recognition and recognizing. And guess what? I don't actually have you don't have to answer that question.
Great. I'm sure there's a reason why we're laughing. Okay, so hi everybody. I'm Mythomatic. I'm Cord. You can follow me everything that's on mythomatic.tv. I do a lot of things. I'm a blacksmith, producer, actor, and a lot of things. Whatever, just follow me or don't. Whatever, it's up to you. I'm
You
not
made
your
a
mom.
really cool
Anyway.
axe.
And I made a cool
recently.
axe the other day. Yeah, that's right. I reforged an old hatchet, and my handle broke, and I redid a handle out of some cherry. So if you want to check that out, it's on my Twitter. It's pretty sweet. Anyway, I'm playing Baron Severance. He's pretty much a slimy pirate version of Yuri from Yuri's Revenge from Red Alert 2. So if you ever anybody remembers those games. I'm pretty much playing him. Who's a slimy pirate. And what's his motto? Oh, and also the Baron is a renegade clone. Or a clone that has gone rogue. I think I want to say that his motto is copy paste, but I don't necessarily. I think that's funny because he's a clone, but I don't think that
Yeah.
necessarily means anything for him. I think his motto would be f- for Drinax and for me. For
Hmm.
me and for Drinax, but mostly me. I think is what it is. His is. For me and for Drinax, but for mostly me. I think is probably his motto.
I like that. Now, I do have a second question, because everybody else got a second question. So,
Okay, fine. I'll allow it.
you should have a second question as well. I should
Part of
be
the
fair.
contract too. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I wouldn't read into this question in any way.
Perfect. And I believe you.
Good. You should not. And so, could you just describe Baron Marrymore's wife? What
For
she
no particular
looks
reason.
like? Yeah, for no particular reason.
Yeah, she has a short, wavy, cropped, grayish, whitish hair. She also has a streak of blue in it as well. She likes to wear gaudy jewelry, and that is usually to try to match the medallions and the regalia that Baron Marrymore would wear. That would usually reflect the Empire and the Imperium. So I think she would dress usually to match his style. Whether or not that was her choice or whatever, that is, I think usually what she does is to complement what he's wearing, but he usually is in uniform, or at least she would think uniform. So I think
Yeah.
she is always sort of reacting to what he would be wearing. But I think that Baron Marrymore would probably yeah, I think that's what she would wear. She would probably wear those sort of things. That would be at least the distinct things that she would wear. Big,
When she wasn't
big
in
bulbous
uniform.
jewelry, right? Big bulbous jewelry, and with also this white, wavy, cropped, short hair with a blue streak in it.
Thank you. I
Mhm.
appreciate that. For no reason.
For no reason.
Everyone, I'm so happy to start this episode, and so we shall. And so we shall. When last we left our antagonists,
Perfect.
pro, anti, who knows, our antagonists, they had just finished, and I don't know, by the way, I don't know if all of you had heard this, all of my fabulous players. I rechecked the calendar, and I realized that we'd only had 1 week pass between Drinax and Marduk, but it's actually 2 jumps to get there. So you have 1 extra week that you did. So our calendar's 1 more week in the future, and that means you have 1 more week of training, right? Like you have 1 more week of training that you have done in the process of traveling. So just note it. You have 1 more week. So. As we open the curtain, when last we left our antagonists, they had taken the 1 week jump from Marduk to Thebes. Thebes being a planet that, like many of the planets in this area, had sort of been destroyed terribly 500, 600, hundreds and hundreds of years ago with the destruction of the Sindalian Empire. And they jumped away out of Marduk and into the Thebes system. And that journey, of course, takes some amount of time. It's a little bit always unclear. There's like usually like anywhere. It's around 7 days. Can be anywhere like 7 to 8, 6 to 8 days. It's always a little bit unclear. But in that journey, they had passengers this time, and not all of them were unconscious. And some of them were grebes. And they spent time dealing with a very, very rich and connected sort of noble passenger.
You're trying to say Val's new best friend.
Val's new best friend, who revealed that he was actually on the grand tour of the Reaches, which is a thing that sometimes nobles would do, who are from the Imperium, where they sort of do a tour of all the planets and do various. It's sort of like a bit of a. What's the word? Like a scavenger hunt, you know what I mean? And a good noble, one of the things they want to do, of course, is to go and shoot a Theban lion. And so he offered the gang, the crew, because he trusts you now and thinks you all are amazing, to go on safari with him. And he would actually hire you all to go on safari with him so he can bag a Theban lion. You have also your salesman of fine clothes. You have a very good, upstanding young man who should not be invited to be a pirate because he is very good and upstanding. And also, sort of a quiet Donnie Decker. So you have all those folks. And then, of course, you have a whole flock of grebes. Flock? A murder of grebes? It's unclear.
A murder. It's a murder of greed.
It's a murder.
Yeah.
It's a murder of grebes. Now, our Baron was a little bit holed up in his room that week, not hanging out with the very loud rich person wanting to go and just bogart everyone's time. A slaughter of grebes. Oh, that's nice.
Ooh, I like that. A slaughter of grebes.
We're writing it down.
Laughter.
The slaughter of grebes. Yeah. Now, as the week went on, our Evan was healing up, and nothing too outrageous happened. But near the end of the week, and as it turned out, right at that moment that you're about to emerge from jump space, which is not one of those things you can predict, generally speaking, Wesley got a little nervous because his job is to feed the grebes intestines because they're carnivorous and dangerous. It's always a little bit of a, thing. And he noticed that a couple of the grebes, about 5 of them, were not eating. And he was a little nervous that he might have, maybe be there sick or something might happen. So he went up to Tarika, because Tarika is actually quite good with animals, went down to sort of check them out. And from where you're all up at the top, this is sort of, you'd sort of notice, she goes to, they go down. And then Tarika messages Val and says, could you come down here to the hold? And after they say that, Val goes down to the hold. They're down in the hold. Everybody else is where they're at. And then the alarm goes off to let you know that the jump window is collapsing. The jump bubble is collapsing. With that, Tarika, they run all the way back up to the bridge because they want to be there when we emerge from jump space. And in that moment, the ship emerges from jump space. Now, I will have to ask whether or not the Baron leaves his quarters when he hears the alarm and heads to the bridge as well, or whether or not when he sort of steps out. However, when you all emerge from jump space, there is an Imperial patrol vehicle, a patrol corvette waiting for ships that would emerge from jump space. Because when you emerge from jump space, you have to emerge within a certain zone. Like, you cannot be within 100 diameters of a planet. You have to be right outside of that 100 diameter sort of range of any particular large celestial body, because if you get too close, it actually pops you out of jump space. It's not great. So there are only certain spaces that people tend to show up, and it tends to be somewhat far away from where the planets and their ports and their security tend to be, which is where pirates like to hang out. Pirates love to hang out where people emerge from jump space and then rob them. If you were in the Empire, probably also in that space, you might have naval patrol units sort of in those areas. They can't always be there, but they would often be in Imperial space. They are not often in this wild, unaligned space, but the Imperial Navy will certainly show up and patrol if they have jurisdiction. And they kind of believe they have jurisdiction anywhere trade happens. if they feel like it. It's not like they have unlimited resources, so they're not in the reaches all the time. They do show up every once in a while just to but usually they just kind of fly through just to make their presence known. Some places more than others. There is like an Imperial outpost up here in the reaches, but they're not usually doing traffic stops, as it were. They are right now. And as we ended the last episode, your transponder got its ping. That information got picked up by that ship, and that ship announced, Captain the Harlock of the Gambler.
Yes,
This is the Imperial Navy. We will be coming aboard your ship to check your documentation and your cargo hold.
Yes, of course. We welcome you, but give me just about 5 minutes. I have to use the little girl's room, and would hit the close it down, and then get on the internal comms. So I have some good news and some bad news. The good news is that we've arrived in one piece. The bad news is that the Navy is coming aboard in about 3 minutes.
And that goes to the comms to the entire crew.
Captain, the Harlock, ma'am,
yes.
There's something happening with the Grebes as well right now, and we have
Did
cargo
they eat
that is
One
not.
of the passengers. Did
No,
it
no,
finally
no.
happen?
The problem's that they're not eating, and I'm concerned that if the inspectors get too close and they happen to be hungry, that could be munchy time. So I think we should just be very careful there.
Oh,
And
shit.
more specifically, Terica covers the mic just to be 110% sure this isn't going out, and they say, we still haven't sold those crates of pharmaceuticals.
There might be, okay. And I think as soon as Terica mentions the Grebes not eating, I think the Harlock would have some idea of what might be happening. Well, that's 2 things that we'll probably be killed for. And jump onto the comm. Val, doctor.
They're gonna have to buy me at least 5 more minutes.
Did you say that the Navy's arriving on board?
We have listen. They're
Severance,
smuggling
we have a
things inside
problem.
the Grebes. I'm gonna kill one of them and see what it is.
But
What?
you can't just move the collar. Val, move
Inside
move
the Grebe?
collars. There's a reason why they're not eating, and these people move. Just move. We don't have time to kill them. Move the collars. Move the. Severance, we're having an issue.
It's a tag. It's a tag on the ear that's bolted in,
Attack. What?
Chop off their ears. No,
All
Terica's
there
like,
is.
Terica just says, no, if we cut into them, then they'll know for sure. Right now, they're just Grebes.
Maybe they ate.
Sue, open up a comm.
Hello? Yeah.
This is just for shipwide communication.
Mhm.
He pulls out his ring of hypodermics and he initiates all of them. As he blades his hand, all the needles come forward, and he is going to just absolutely OD one of the Grebes.
Now, I'm going to note something, and this is important because I like to note things. What I'm going to note is this. Ooh, I hope that's some music happening. Nice. You got a critical success when you were investigating those Grebes last time. And because you got a critical success investigating those Grebes, you get a bonus. And that bonus is you are whenever you're going to do a big thing, when you've got a Grebe thing going on, the time it will take you to finish that Grebe thing will be reduced 1 level because you are swift and knowledgeable. So you're going to be getting a time bonus because I care.
I think as this is all happening, and would the Harlock be able to hear whenever Val is like, Go shipwide comms.
Yeah, you should be
Okay.
able to.
I think
Sue
as
would
soon
also
as-
be dampening this from any outside interference.
Yeah,
too,
I think
just
as
to
soon
make
as
sure
that
that works.
happens, the Harlock would suddenly jump on, like cut off and jump on real quick. Everyone, we are having an outbreak among the Grebes. There is something very contagious happening. Please stay in your room, stay in your quarters. We are trying to figure out what is happening with the Grebes. But we're not convinced that it's not something that could be pathogenic to you as well. Stay in your rooms. And cut it
I
off
would
to the
like-
entire ship.
A roll.
Sure.
I would like a roll.
Absolutely.
Different options for you.
Okay.
Because there are many different roles one could use in this moment, and I am open to some of your suggestions. Some of my suggestions would involve leadership, persuade, deception.
I'm thinking, let's see. How about, let me look at all these. What are we dealing with here? Yeah, how about persuade? I might need, because right now I think this isn't going out to the other things, and they have no reason to really like be like,
Yes.
or do you really mean it?
Yeah.
So I think persuade right now.
Okay.
We'll get in on deception momentarily.
And probably this sounds to me like a persuade social standing.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okie dokie, here we go, everybody. That would be an 8.
That is all you needed. This is just an average difficulty. You're the captain of a ship,
good.
or one of them, telling the crew to sort of stay in the telling the passengers to stay in the room is fairly easily done. They will not be coming out.
Good. And I think Harlock would get onto a just crew comm at that point and go, Val, Doctor, I need you to inject as many of those Grebes with symptoms of anything that you can. I'm talking frothing at the mouth, drooling, bleeding from the eyes, perhaps. We need to make all of these Grebes look as sick as possible.
As Val is carrying the corpse of a grebe deeper into the ship, he'd be like, I just don't carry that stuff around.
Well, I need you to make it happen. Put Terrica,
Wait,
is there any way
I
to flood the cargo room with a gas of some sort to make them very ill?
Yeah, would I know either that, or would I know of like some sort of thing that our kitchen could synthesize for us that if they ingested it with their food would cause like some symptoms that would look bad but not necessarily be lethal?
I'm talking. Make them release their bowels everywhere. Let's make this the most just gruesome and unsavory place.
Yes,
You know
and then
who-
Wesley can clean it because not me. Nose goes.
Yeah,
you know who
not
would know how to do that?
Who? Kareem?
You have somebody who is a street chemist.
Oh, hey.
Baron Severance. What are you doing in there? We need you.
What's going on? What's happening? What's
We
going
need
on with the
drugs, and we need a lot of them, and we need to give them to the Grebes. We need the
Grebes?
Grebes.
Why? What? For the Grebes? No. Why?
Character
During-
would send over their like
during all
chemical
of this-
profile.
I know what Trooper's going to do time-wise. I'm interrupting. I'm sorry.
I'm ready.
He's pulling us back to the vac unit that is right off of the engine. He's pulling him back to the vac unit, putting him in the tray to get rid of all the waste that usually goes out, and he is going to split this thing open like he did back on the farm. He pulls out his
Like a tauntaun.
saw blade and just absolutely he
Gonna crawl
tauntauns
inside.
it. Yeah, and I mean, at this point, Val's naked. Val has like all of his clothes off. He's going like all the way up
Little
to
serial killer?
the shoulders, and he's just going completely into this thing. And he would say over the
Take shoes
comms,
off.
"Whatever I find in here, remember we are deputies.
Only
It's
the Marduk
illegal.
system,
It's
though.
something that we came from Marduk."
What's happening? What is going on? Someone fill me in, please.
Yes, Severance. The Grebes, they have something illegal on the inside, and we are about to be boarded by the Navy. We need to make them look sick, so the Navy thinks that they are sick and don't want to approach them. Perhaps
They
even
have
keeping
something-
them, perhaps even keeping them out of the cargo bay at all. I'm talking Have them vomit and shit everywhere. Blood. I don't care. We need to get these grebes sick.
Or the blood is flying everywhere as he's saying this. Or we find what they say. We found it during the jump. We put them all to sleep, and we found this contraband, and we turn it over as soon as they walk in. And he goes back in.
Sue is by your side, Doc. Just shows up and is standing there and is watching you slaughter this grebe.
Super. This looks fun.
As you had done, I imagine, back when you were in.
Well, we're really walking the line, aren't we?
One
walking
could
the
say
line.
in a ring of fire.
And then and Sue just says, "Feels pretty good, doesn't it?"
He would just
And then
glare up at Sue. Yeah.
Well, and then Sue just disappears.
Oh.
What do I find?
Yeah, as you just get full on in there.
Yeah, he is literally covered in blood.
They're just wearing it like a suit.
He's wearing nothing.
He's wearing nothing. He's naked.
Like a suit and then walk out there like make it look like some sort of zombie green when the officials walk in.
I don't know if I can make a potato gun out of this situation, but I need a little bit more details before I can do such a thing. So we have, there is a grebe that is smuggling something, and that is confirmed, yes?
There's multiple grebes smuggling
Multiple
things, yes.
Grebes smuggling something. All right? And
It's the 10 that they gave us.
Great. And we
Yeah.
also have, and I just think you're like probably naked, talking still, and covered in blood, waiting like over
Viscera.
in the
He's
in the
he's
background
freestyle
of this,
swimming
of
through
the
a grebe as he's
Yeah,
talking.
yeah. The Navy's about to board us for an inspection, correct?
They're coming in, they have some idea that something is going on. They wouldn't have been right here, right now without it.
Right. And now my third and final question.
Yes.
Probably not final, but my third question, and probably the most important. Who did the Navy address us as
Well,
when they requested for boarding?
I think they just, this is a question for Trooper. I think they just addressed the captain, but didn't actually name the ship, did they?
They did the
Did they
gambler
name it?
because that's what's on
Okay.
your transponder. So if like
Yeah,
any ship,
and we
yeah,
don't
who
have
has
the
the-
hollow up.
Yeah, we can put it up. So
Yeah. but even if you have
gambler,
the
the gambler,
holo-
the justice is gambler.
but even if you have the hologram up, it would not change your transponder.
Right, the
So if you're-
transponder is still.
And so your
Trivial
transponder has you
transponder.
being the gambler. If now I will note that
We'll have to
not
get on that
everybody
right away.
has the authority to read your transponder. There's like a little like they might ping who you are, but most people can't actually go in and see. But they are authorized for that sort of a thing.
Yeah.
Of course they are.
Like
right.
who you are, like your name and all of that. That's pretty open to anybody. It's a very kind of like friend or foe situation. So people just know who you are. But they can know where you came from, right? How like
That's not a problem.
when you've docked at places, that kind of a thing.
I would imagine there's like some sort of information available on the equivalent of the internet that Terica could have been looking up during this time and send over to Severance to just be like here's the biology of what these guys are in general, and like
Chronic
sort of
grebe wasting disease is a very bad problem right now.
Very well.
Doc,
Yes. Yes.
there's a black, like black balloon, fairly robust, not flimsy, inside the stomach, just filling up their stomach. It must have been very uncomfortable for that grebe, who's now dead. So you would have to think about it.
No longer uncomfortable, right?
No longer uncomfortable.
Yeah. Well, what's in that?
It's interesting, isn't it? There are some sort of drug, it seems. What sort of drug, you don't know. But double wrapped. Some sort of contraband drug. But whatever it is, it's not something you've seen before, at least at this moment.
Okay. Here's what he wants to do. It's definitely a contraband drug, you say. He is going to yell at Wesley, who was there, moments ago.
Who helped you like move like this
Right,
breed
right.
most likely?
He's going to yell to Wesley and say, "Get my clothes. Get the other 9 that don't eat. Put them together and keep them together. Keep them separate from the other ones. Do you understand that?"
Yeah.
He's completely naked as he's saying this, holding a black bag and covered in blood.
Only of the 10, only 5 of them didn't eat, so there's only 4 more.
But I thought we had 10 that, or there's only 5 that are experiencing
There were
symptoms like this.
20 total. 10 of theirs, 10 that they gave you, and of the 10 that they gave you, only 5 of them weren't eating.
Good. Okay. Separate the other 4.
So basically, like they kind of hid their drug mules right within a sort of slightly larger crowd.
Gotcha. So, he is going to take the bag and he is going to sprint to his makeshift lab. He'll put his clothes on when he has to clean off first. So he gets up to his lab, and I'm sure that's going to take a second or two. He wants to take all the drugs out of the bag like he's been running tests on them. I can do a test in 2 minutes in my auto medic kit. He wants to get Sue put on that to make it look like he's been doing this for a day or 2, like he's figured this out. And then he is going to clean himself off using the sonic shower to get everything blasted off of him and put his clothes back on.
Okay.
The body of the Grebe was taken out to the vac unit with the rest of the list.
The Baron, what are you doing?
I'm pacing. I have one
Kareem, by the
recreational
way,
drug,
is-
and that is not correct. I don't know.
Kareen
how
is
much
sort of
I
like sitting on the bridge, like in the gunner spot, kind of just like not quite certain what all is going to happen as this naval corvette is like moving into docking space.
Everybody, there were drugs inside of the Grebe. I think that we should just give them the Grebes. And
All
say
the
that
Grebes.
well, give them the ones that have them and say that we uncovered this during transport. These people were acting shifty. And the Grebe stopped eating. We examined them. They ended up having contraband as deputized caretakers of Marduk, and our point of origin was Marduk. We took this arrest and confiscation into our own hands and give it to them as soon as they walk on.
2 points. 1, the Grebes that are contraband are marked as our Grebes. And then point 2, we still have an entire section of illegal drugs that are not within Grebes.
Don't worry about that.
And point 3, aren't there kids with those people?
That's not enough problem right now.
They brought
There we
kids
go. Now
to
you're
a
thinking
drug
like a
deal.
captain. All right.
I mean,
Wonderful.
this is why childcare is a thing.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my
If
god.
we had good childcare, this would not be This would not be a problem.
All right. I'm going over to the.
Either way, it's
going to
one
the-
of 2
going to the
things.
doors.
We can make the Grebes look very ill. We can give them the goods that are in the Grebes, but they will still be marked as our Grebes. That is an issue.
Wait, can we change
they
the
be
can we
marked for
change our
our
manifest?
Because they got tagged in the ear when they were
Well,
given
right.
to us.
Can we change
I'm-
what the tags are on the manifest?
Severance, if you can, Captain, if you can doctor the admin paperwork to make it look like this was discovered 2 days ago, when the Grebes first started getting sick, it would make us look like that we found it immediately, that we were tricked, and because we have origin papers going all the way back to GDCO, that says that they were present whenever we were bringing these people aboard, including the Grebes, which the guy actually commented on when he came on. We
He did.
should be okay. So let's just go full clean. Here they are. Here are the Grebes. Look what we found. What's the reward?
I can make it
And-
hard for them to dock in the meantime so that you can get a little bit more time. And also, if you could, while you're in there, maybe perhaps disconnect the children from the adults so that they're not wrapped up in this.
I don't do children.
Well, they'll
That'd
still be
be-
wrapped up in one way or another if they suddenly wake up and their supposed caregivers are gone.
And maybe pin it all on one caretaker.
I will. I can do 1 or 2 things, but not at the same time. I could.
Focus on the manifest. We'll deal with the people later.
The manifest first.
Manifest
the
first.
manifest is the least of our issues compared to what they could find with us. A manifest
Right,
is one thing.
If we tag their payment and their goods as being suspect of illegal transport or smuggling, we've done our job, and maybe theirs.
What was your
I
plan
see.
for our own illegal goods?
My plan.
We said not
I
to worry
believe
about
that
it.
this is. I believe that this is probably a larger flash paper of the trick that we need to distract them. This will upstage enough of what we need to, of course, move forward. Of course, if we act quickly with urgency, we could, of course, use the guise of that to hide the rest of our bullshit behind. And if worse comes to worse, we could utilize these pharmaceuticals to try to help the sick Greaves. But that's more of a later issue. I think Greaves are our best. Sure, yes, I will. I will go.
The ship is coming
Whichever-
closer.
Whichever course you think is correct.
Tirika's
Right.
just gonna start like shitty piloting, like,
Yeah.
we're trying to line up with your.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
the
pressed the
Har-
gas.
the
Sorry,
Harlock
I
is
pressed
gonna
too hard. Like,
the Harlock is going to jump onto the comm with the Navy. Yes, we are so sorry. We have a new pilot in training, and we're so sorry. This is their first jump, and then going to cover up the mic. Get off the mic real quick. Listen, we'll get Wesley to come up here and act like Wesley was right. We can make it look like it wasn't you. Yes, we're trying. We're having such difficulty. If you could just try and align yourselves with us, that would be very helpful.
Do
I
you need
need
an
a
admin
piloting
role?
role.
And an admin
Okay.
role from me. I've turned over and I've just hijacked one of the comms computers. I assume they all have the same sort of database if we wanted to /minimize open, and then I will start hijacking one of the comms computers so I could then go into our manifest and start editing away. I start pressing some of the buttons on the side a couple of times to get into maintenance mode, which is a hacker thing that I've learned when I was on doing some drifting, and then I open up in the back end onto some of the command prompt pretty much of the computer of the internal system, and then I start going through the back end of this and editing our manifest thusly instead of through any sort of software, which is what
And
usually
Tirika's
people would do.
Tirika's like, Wesley, you need to get up here. You're the
Wesley's
pilot.
like,
Click.
Admin.
and Wesley's like, Greaves, and
Wesley, leave the Greaves behind. Get to the
Right.
bridge now.
As Wesley's running, Val passes him. I'll take care of the Greaves.
and Wesley, who is on the way to Greaves, stops and then runs back the other way, heads up towards to get back up to the bridge from the cargo hold, runs up there, and you outpiloted that ship. So the ship's coming in is gonna dock, just coming right on into dock, smooth, just about ready to sort of like attach, and and they're just like trying to.
It's like trying to parallel park with a new driver.
It's like playing-
it's like 15 minutes of like
Navy ship, we need you to match our movements. We know that you're very skilled and you can do this. We believe in you.
Please, go ahead and move on port side. Get docking procedures. What is this?
Yeah, no, you've got it. You've got it. Just a little bit further, like 5 meters.
This person. Please, this is spirit. Yes. Okay.
Just you
Accelerate.
almost there. You're almost there.
And they keep.
Please have the pilot cooperate. Collision warning. Collision warning.
Now, please don't run into us. That would not be helpful.
I am going to note that you outpilot them so well, they do not realize that you are deliberately.
Yeah.
It legitimately
Avoiding
looks
them?
like someone's having a hard time.
It looks like someone's
Hey,
having
not
a
only
hard
can I
time.
parlate good, but I
I also
can
got a
parlate
12
shit.
on admin
Oh.
for me
No.
doctoring some manifests and stuff.
Oh,
I'm doing
yes.
some hashtag manifesting over here. And I'm trying to. I'm just using my energy to try
There,
to
no one can
what
manifest
we
better
need.
than you can. You're the type. He's got
Thank you very
got
much.
these
And,
crystals all
thank
sitting
you.
around.
I've charged my
and-
crystals all week. That's what I was doing in my room. I was charging crystals, and don't ask me for details.
And as you
I
are
was sitting in my room, and I was trying to coax them into. Come on! I was using my leadership. Come on, crystals. Stop it.
you are doing like you are working on this manifest, and you were sort of diving into the code and sort of like backdating sort of outside of the system, so that record's not there. You, Tarika, you are just like, oops, and Wesley's hit back up there.
As soon as Wesley arrives, Hawk is going to be like, sit down there, don't touch anything.
Wesley, do me a favor. I need you to give these over to Val. That's an order.
Oh, okay. So he grabs
Immediately contradicting Captain orders.
Tarika's like, he needs to be the pilot. He needs to be the pilot.
That's fine.
Harlock is gonna whatever.
Tarika, you do it. And you go get these to Val.
I was gonna say
I'm gonna give
whatever
some free drugs
Severance
over to Val.
gave to Wesley, Harlock is gonna grab and be like, I'll take them.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
Harlock is gonna try and get to the door to where whenever they do actually connect.
Perfect.
So grabs it and then like just takes off.
And then
Interesting.
after I'm done with this, I'm going to make myself make my way over to the airlock as well. I'm
Awesome.
the liar in the party.
Wesley sort of sits down like at the co-pilot seat and doesn't touch anything and just a little nervous.
Yeah. What have I done?
The Baron heads down to the airlock. Harlock, describe what
Harlock.
happens.
The of her name.
Yes. So runs down to the cargo. And then I see those spirit fingers. You're gonna have spirit finger your way right back.
Oh, but actually, the doc is not in the cargo bay. He's over in his room
I want to know
/
this now.
Okay, then well, if that's the case, then because it sounded like Severance wanted these things to get to Val. Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
Oh, then it'll be even quicker. Then we'll just run a little bit down and then like veer into Val's wherever Val is. Just veer into the room.
I need you to make a roll.
Val, whoa!
The minute you walk into the room, I need you to make a roll.
Yes. Go
Yeah.
on. Tell me more.
You know those like diabetic travel packs that people have that like zipped up around the side? That's what I pretty much hand over to you. It's just full of street drugs and stuff though. It's been commandeered into my street.
I need you to make a psionics roll, please.
Okie dokie. Which kind? What flavor of psionics?
That is a very good question.
Can I know what it's for?
You don't know what it's for at the moment. I suppose you'll find out. I need to think. What are your specializations right now? Let me see. What do we have here?
I don't know that I just beyond telepathy, awareness, teleportation, and all
Keep
that.
going. Give it to me.
Telepathy, awareness, teleportation, clairvoyance, and telekinesis.
Telepathy, awareness, teleportation,
clairvoyance, or the clairs, any of the clair,
all the
and
clairs.
telekinesis. Oh.
I need you to make a base psionics roll, but you can add your clairs.
Okay.
At your clair level.
Neat. Well, I don't have anything there, so it will be a nothing add. Here we go. Here we go. This will go well. It did not, in fact, go well. Is there anything else I can add to it, or would it just be the clair?
Just the clairs. How much did you get?
On straight roll, that would be a 4.
4. Good to know. Good to know.
I'm thinking about adding some luck.
Good to know.
Great idea.
Please describe.
Really good idea.
I'm gonna, you know what? I'm
Running
gonna add 2 luck, so that'll be a 6.
Okay. Good to know. Good
6
to
is
know.
at least better.
It's better than 4.
It is. I don't know what I'm trying to beat though.
What does
Okay,
does the Harlock see? By the way, it was very difficult, so you needed 12 plus for this.
Oh yeah, no, that wasn't gonna happen. Yeah, so Harlock runs in, veers into the room, and then sees
What does the
there's
Harlock see?
viscera everywhere, blood on the walls. There's
No, there wouldn't be any of that because he kept that at the vac area.
Oh, that's
So-
the area.
Right. So he'd probably still be in a state of undress, but he's been in and out of the sonic shower, which takes a 30-second cycle. So he should be good. But maybe he did a full minute. Who knows?
is
He
he-
had a little time.
See his thing that he ordered from our
Yeah.
tailor.
Doesn't-
Oh, yeah.
yes, see,
That's-
Oh, okay.
It's only for his off time.
Okay.
Right.
So yeah, so I would imagine like come in, then the doctor's putting himself together. So sees the doctor kind of walking out, maybe wet hair, like kind of buttoning up,
Yeah.
shirt, jacket, whatever it might be, and
Yes.
the room otherwise being
Anything
a
else?
room.
Anything else, Val? That the doc sees? That Harlock sees? Besides
Everything.
like
I've seen it all. I've seen
an
everything.
opened up grebe.
That Greave's dead. That Greave's dead and out wherever the
Yeah,
trash
the
is.
grebe's gone. The grebe's away.
Everything would look the same. There'd be drugs everywhere as
Right.
Sue is attempting to rush through a analysis of the one, which takes, like I said,
Right.
2 minutes, and I should know what it is, or at least roughly what type of comes from.
Doctor, you didn't waste any time. This is everywhere.
Sorry, the Harlock. That's not what happens. You don't say that.
Ah.
Or you might try. You might try to
Okay.
say that.
Okay. Neat.
But blood comes out of her mouth instead.
Yeah. So Harlock would go to say something and then just and then like just down from the mouth, just.
I
Oh
I
my
need you to
God.
take some damage.
Man, I can't even block that with my skin armor.
Mm.
That is correct.
I don't
This
have
is not-
skin armor around my organs.
This
Okay.
is not damage you can block with your skin armor.
How much damage?
How much is your? It is internal. How much is your skin armor?
Skin
Oh.
armor.
My skin armor. Hang on, let me get to my inventory here.
You say 4.
Actually, no, it's subdermal armor. It is protection of 1.
1. So
Hey,
Please
listen, I
take-
would have hoped to.
please take 5
Oh no!
damage to your endurance.
Cool.
It would have been 8 damage to your endurance, but
Well,
you use 2 luck and you have 1 subdermal armor.
fantastic. So 5. Okay. Okay, we're okay. We're okay, people. Let's not panic.
You
But yeah, just tool it.
you start getting your eyes. It's like your vision is like full of flashes. You start feeling the thing about you. You have trained in psionics your whole life.
It's true.
And you know how many people have like they're the senses you have: taste, smell, sight, touch. Is that all 4 of them? Is there 5? Did I miss one? Hearing.
There is
Yeah.
5.
Hearing, sight, smell, taste, touch. That's 5.
5. You have 6, right? And one of them is your psionic sense,
Mm-hmm.
and that is the one.
It's feeling
That's
real
the one.
psionic in here.
You're being overwhelmed. It's I'm gonna try to give you an analogy, and you're gonna just have to put in a psychic sense for me.
Okay.
Imagine walking into a room where somebody dropped like tear gas or like a stink bomb, and you know when like the smell is so bad, so strong, like that kind of there is something that is so strong in its if it were smell, and its smell, but in your like psionic resonance that it
Mental stink.
yes, it's like a mental stink, and it is strong. It is
Okay.
very, very strong.
That
Yeah,
would be
so
lit-
I think this, and then like with all the flashes going on, like running into like hand stuff, and then kind of like slam into the wall, like as his blood starts pouring down.
Yeah, Val would, if possible, Val would even intercept before the like gap between her and the wall as it crashes, and he would immediately, if she's still coherent enough, what's wrong? What's going on? What's going on?
Can I say anything, or
Yes, it was just that big first
okay?
blatch of blood, you know.
It's like a psi bomb or something. Take care of the rest. There's something strong happening here. Take care of the other stuff. Just I'll be fine. Like try and talk
He's-
around them.
Right, but he doesn't listen to patients. What he's going to do is he's going to
You have no
lower
patience for
Harlock.
patients? Come on.
None.
He's right there.
Yeah, the whole doctor gig would be awesome if it wasn't for the fucking patient. Anywho, he would lower her down to the ground to keep her from, having any type of another attack. Is there anything that Val can do to shield the Harlock from what's happening?
Hey, the Harlock.
Hey, yeah,
You served in the Zodani military.
that's correct. I would imagine this is not the first time encountering something that's like a psi attack.
Now, theoretically, you might still technically be working for the Zodani consulate. I don't know if you
know anything about that.
You don't know anything about it. So here's the thing. Flavor. You know, if you've had like a chili pepper and you know what that taste is like?
Mm-hmm.
And then like this is like a ghost pepper times 15. So you might recognize the flavor, if you know what I mean?
Oh man, is this somebody I know?
You recognize the flavor.
Oh.
There are drugs. They are hard to come by, and they're controlled. I imagine in this place they're probably very, very illegal. And they boost your psionics. But you have, and they have a bit of a, they have a psychic smell, if you know what I mean. But the psychic smell of the drugs that you have encountered, even the most powerful ones, are not this strong.
But the ones I've encountered are like a lesser it's like the same family, but okay. Is there any way I have, one of my skills is science in psionic ecology specifically. Is there any way I could try to see if there's anything else I can suss out of this, informationally?
Please do. Give me a roll.
Let's see. We'll go with, where did I go? Okay. Oh. I have a lot of points in there. So that would be 12.
A 12. That is good. You have not studied these drugs, but you have taken drugs like this. Perhaps, I don't know. Let me ask you, have you ever taken psi-boosting drugs before?
I think it would be something that, like, as part of the training to be like an operative, they would have had to experience what it's like to both experience getting attacked with it and also, I mean, it's like if you go to something, you have to get tear gassed or something, you know, like to experience both taking it and both getting attacked by it.
So
but I think she was generally high enough skill that she didn't really have to do it too much.
So here's the thing. It is not normally an attack. These things do not normally attack you, right? It's normally just a drug. Like you can smell it, right? And then you take it. What it normally does when you take one of these drugs is that in-game terms, it boosts your psionic, like it refreshes your psionic energy and boosts your power. And there's like kind of like standard ones which will like boost you a little bit, and then there's double ones which will boost you more and restore you more, and then there's like these very special ones which will boost you and restore you a lot. These never attack, but they are pretty strong. I will note though that if you take too many of them, could be bad, you know?
Would it be a situation because you can attack telepathically, so would it be the situation that if someone had taken these and were attacking me telepathically, that it would be similar to what I'm experiencing?
Yes, I suppose that's the case, but what I would say is
like if
it's
someone ate a
more
mint and then yelled in my face.
yeah, but it's more like whatever this is so strong. It's so strong that it's overloading. It's like a boost that's too much. Do you know what I mean? And so like it's like being in proximity with it is giving you such a boost that it like gave you a shock. Now, you've seen this happen before, where sometimes people will take a really strong dose of the drug. They'll actually ingest it for real, and then they get ill and they take a lot of damage. And sometimes if you take too much, it hampers your ability to do psionics. Like it like degrades your psionic power. So this kind of damage usually happens when somebody ODs on this stuff, takes too much or too strong, ingests it. You have gotten hit with this wave of this without even having ingested it, but having come into the room and being this close to it.
Okay, I think that is so. I think as one Harlock would be like, kind of like look. Would I be able to recognize what they look like? if I saw.
This looks a little bit different. It's got a slightly different color
Okay.
to it. It's got a bit of like a blue tint to it, which is not what they normally look like.
Yeah. Are there any similarities though? I mean, I guess it would
Oh
really.
yeah.
Okay.
It feels to you like somebody has done some experimentation on these things and made something.
Val, these are dangerous. They're psionic drugs. I'm not even having to take any in. I need to get out of, and I think Harlock would start like really quickly, like stumbling out of the room.
He
We
would
need to get
help
those
her
out
out.
now.
He would help her out and then just say, "I'm gonna keep everything good here. I'll be down in the cargo bay in a second." And he'd close the door.
All right.
And I think as
Once
soon
the
as
door
we're close,
shuts, we feel bad.
oh, yeah, and Harlock's gonna at that point. Harlock bangs on the door, just like, Val, they're dangerous. They're dangerous. Be careful with those. And then is gonna go over.
And Hal helps you. What comes out with you? You know what? The Harlock.
dangerous. Be careful.
You know what's interesting?
No.
Most of these things boost your power, right? That's what these things do. This was too much for you, but you have a lot of power. A
Why?
lot.
It could be a great amount for someone who has just a little bit.
That is correct.
Would be my
Like if
guess.
somebody doesn't have a lot of psionics, this might be quite helpful for them, especially if they wanted to fight people who are really good at psionics. You know?
Yeah, I think is Val in the room or out of the room?
He's come out of the room with
In.
you.
No, he's not.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. It was just I'll take care of this. I'll be down in the cargo bay in a second.
Okay. Yeah, so bang on the door being like that and then would just like jump onto a comm next to it. Val, these are intended for people to get the same level that I have who have very little psionic ability. You have some. Be careful.
Good to know. Thank you.
And then gonna head toward the airlock.
But I will note, you know this because these things can kill you. Like even the drugs that you had, if you did not use it in moderation, if you used too much of it, if you did not pace yourself, it could kill you. So these are very, very dangerous. You use them because you're in a desperate situation, you know? Yeah.
I have a question
that
about
seems
this.
We're gonna have a word with these ladies. This is what's gonna happen here.
The drugs that are affecting this scene that we are talking about and in this context, where is that? Do we know where that's coming from? Has that been said? Is it coming
Greaves
from the
drugs.
Grebe drugs? Okay, so Greaves are doing some sort of there's some sort of radioactive response to people who are near. It's not the drugs that I just gave to her. So just so I'm aware, and probably
Yeah.
Kat knows as well, which drugs are affecting you. Not
They're
the
the
ones that you're
Grebe
holding.
drugs.
It's from the drugs that are probably being irradiated from the Grebe innards that are now all over the room. Okay, great, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, it's the
It was-
one that those suspicious ladies gave us, who I now have a lot of feels about.
they're refugees. Their ship was destroyed. They just
Yeah, I
need
bet
help.
it was.
Hey now. I
I
bought
bet
that.
it was.
I bought that hook, line, and sinker.
They had very convincing faces, and I'll give them that.
I didn't this entire time. I knew it.
You're hustling down to the airlock, it seems. Kareen asks, should I go too?
Yes.
She will accompany you down to the airlock where you will meet up with Severance.
That would be about
Terrica.
30 to 60 seconds out from that.
Doc, these drugs, if these seem kind of intense.
Sure. I'm
Once they
taking
got out
some,
of that,
of course.
once it got out of the bag, just opened it up. You know what I mean? Do you
No,
think
by taking some, he means he's collecting some to use
I'm
later, not snorting lines of them, like was mentioned in chat.
I was just asking.
I'm all sweaty outside. I could be like,
Believe me, if we were getting stormed by like soldiers or something, this would be like a Scarface moment where he would just go into it and come out like Magneto.
Do you think you should give the Imperium these drugs? Do you
no.
think that's a good idea?
Who cares? Getting arrested or giving them the drugs, if it's the question is being posed to me as Val, I would say
Yeah.
these were never our drugs to begin with.
Well, I mean, they are now. I mean, technically, they're in Greebs that you own.
Right. And we could own them for 2 minutes and then spend the next 40 years in prison. So, no. That's
Okay,
my
I was
my
just
vote.
asking. I was just asking. Hey, the Harlock.
Mhm.
Do you think you should give these very powerful drugs, which might be intended as a weapon against the Zodani, to the Imperium?
No.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Well, not just that. Think about what they could do to, like, Drinax, what they could do to they wouldn't need like everything that we're trying to do right now in terms of like, hey, we can help with these pirates. Like it we need them to have a need if we're looking at it from that angle. Also, that'd be a hot mess. So no.
I mean, I'm just asking, Anyway. Tarika,
Yes.
do you allow the ship to dock?
I mean, I think Tarika waits like until they're starting to like say threats and things about just like getting on the ship, whether I allow them to dock or not. And then miraculously, like we're just able to finally like make a connection. But I think they wait until like the absolute last possible second to let that connection happen.
What? Just a point of reference that Greg has a question for. Did we verify these cats' identities?
Nope. We just took them
but
for what they said, but they sent over a
they've got it-
transponder, didn't they?
They have a transponder. If you ping it, it is an Imperial ship, and that's what their transponder says.
Okay.
That was the sourest way I've ever seen.
I mean, if they aren't, then I feel like we need to be taking notes at this point.
The ship docks. We have the Harlock, Severance, Val, and Kareen at the airlock. Tarika, you're on the ship,
Mhm.
right there at the bridge, looking at this patrol cruiser that is all powered up. All of its systems are go.
One ship? No
Yep,
escorts?
a big, no escorts. One big ship. Now, probably there are other naval ships. Most likely, if you were to guess, at the other spots where people might jump in. So you jumped in from Marduk, which is going to put you in one part of that system, but people might be coming in from other parts of the system. So if they're doing a big sort of blockade, there's probably like another one or two in other parts of this system. They could fly to you, it would take a while. If you look at the map, let's get you onto the map just so people can see it. For
For
a
no
little bit of
reason?
no, just so people know.
whatsoever.
I mean, I want people to know where we're at, But if you look at the map, and you all are here, right, in Thebes, you can jump into this system from either Noricum, Number 1, Ogma, Marduk, or Ace, but that's mostly 3 main directions. So if you were going to bet, if they want to be very sort of systematic and really have full coverage, there's probably 3 of them in total, right? To sort of hit from the 3 different directions people might be jumping into. Because you'll and like again, if you come from ace or number 1, you're gonna be in a slightly different spot than if you came like those be slightly different spots, but the same general area. Same thing from Marduk versus Ogma, not the exact same spot, but the same general area. So you would probably guess that there are 3 of these naval patrol ships, if they're really doing a full situation.
Would their comms show any kind of record? Would I be able to like see? I guess. Well, I have a couple questions. Like, how much information am I able to pull off, and how much can I do to their ship without them knowing?
Oh,
'Cause
those are
I
2 different
kind of-
questions.
I know they're very different questions. One of them is like, if I were to switch the magnetic locks, could I short their like electricity for a little bit if we have to jump?
Sick.
That would be an attack. That would be a sensors attack, and you can do it, but they would know that you did
Okay.
it. But
Okay.
you can jam, and you have a very good ship.
It's really dope,
and
though.
s-
Really cool way to do that.
Yes. So the answer is absolutely. You can start doing some jamming attacks if you so desire. You can jam their comms. You can do jamming. That will not be subtle though. They will know it. But if you need to, you
Can I
Probably better odds
monitor
of
their
you shooting.
communications like without? Can I monitor their communications without without them being aware that I'm watching? Basically, no. Okay.
No, because you have your sensors up, right? If you have, and they're going to have their sensors up. So anything that's with your stuff, you can do basically active or passive scanning. Any active scanning, they're going to know. Same thing, right? Like you saw that they did an active scan of you when you came in, which is part of how your transponder pinged. It was an initial scan. It wasn't like a super long one. But they did do an active scan. Now you can do an active scan without that being hostile, right? Like that is a thing that you can do. It would not be inappropriate for a ship to do a scan of a ship that's going to sort of come in. You would have to just be careful.
Could be a routine
about-
habit as well. Oh, sorry. We
Yes.
usually just do that anyway.
Or
like-
also, we just showcased really shitty piloting skills. We could be like,
Right.
"Oops, so sorry. Didn't
Whoops, I
mean
hit the wrong
to."
button. Tee.
I was trying.
Yeah.
I'm sorry
I'm
about
gonna read your manifest. Yeah.
I hate to dump cold water on all this, though. We can't jump again.
That is
Oh,
correct. Because
Oh,
you don't
Unless-
have fuel.
We're
We're
fuel
200
from
I have
that.
tons,
to
and we've
scoop.
done 20 tons of fuel. Yeah,
Thank you
I
for that.
forgot
Can
that-
we get?
you're welcome.
This is a smite request, which is like a slight request, but maybe it can be done. Can we have a health bar on our token for the gambler on
Yes.
the map? Is there a
Yes.
one where we can add like a color one for like green for fuel or something, so we know how much fuel we have, so
Absolutely.
we can visually have it right there? Thank you. Just because I was
Absolutely.
looking at that earlier, and I was like,
That's
is that our
not an
fuel
idea.
or is that our? Just so we can have that available when we're looking
Absolutely.
at the
And
map
I can
too.
actually, yes. And I love that
Yeah.
because it's your jump fuel. You know?
It's our fuel
It's jump
gauge.
fuel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we can,
And-
so we don't have to cross-reference our in-depth spreadsheet program,
Mhm. Oh, you wanted
which
it in
is
green.
I'm not even looking at because it's gonna totally be Greg that is gonna do that,
It's
Thanks, Greg.
it is now there.
and
It
I'm
is
not
now
looking
there.
at you right now. This is the.
Mhm,
This is
mhm.
Okay.
And
Thank
it
you.
is it is the case. That you want to
Perfect.
fuel.
No.
That's how you got the other ship. Do you know what I mean? That's how you got the
Mhm.
system die
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
Mhm.
once you jump, you're unless you have
Yep.
extra fuel, right? Then you're out
That's
of
probably
fuel.
why they have. Okay, never mind.
Now
This isn't-
you have
So if I want to
Regular
jump,
fuel.
then I need them to not be able to follow or communicate
uh,
long enough for me to scoop to
and
make
it
the
takes a
jump.
while to scoop.
would take a
That's
and
the
then
while, yeah.
refine and then
Boop, scoop,
refine.
and boop.
Yeah.
And also, when you scoop, that's unrefined fuel, which is a little bit more volatile and
Yeah.
can give you
Mhm.
problems jumping.
Well, I don't want to blow
What-
up.
Volatile's our middle name.
I mean, accurate.
Gambler.
We do
always
just-
The volatile stone jackal.
It's one of the reasons why when y'all scooped, you spent all that time to refine that fuel. You're like, as you were here, like you spent this time
Yeah,
to
we did
refine it,
spend
and
a
then you
bunch of
jump
time.
back out. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
So.
What's a green
So,
star again? I'm sorry. I'm just now. Oh, that's
Oh,
maybe
the
the
green
next-
star
okay, never mind.
means that it's part of the old Sindalian trade route of the old Sindalian Empire. So all those planets were part of the old Sindalian Empire and the main sort of trade route of it. So many of those
Thank
planets
you.
are kind of messed up.
Just
Yeah.
trying to absorb so much information before I probably do something drastic. All right,
oh,
thank you.
great. I
You're
mean,
welcome.
I don't know what it is yet. I'll let you know.
You're welcome.
stab somebody.
Or
No,
I
wait,
won't. I may not
say
let
that.
you know.
He'll let us know 3 seconds after he does
Yeah,
it.
that's true. I'll be like, oh yeah, that was it. Sorry.
I think I would like to do that scan just to see whatever it is that I can pick up while
Please
they're.
do make a sensors if you do not mind. I just wanted to check something for me.
I think at some point too, whenever Severance does arrive at the airlock, Harlock is
Surprisingly calm, by the way.
that's
Just sort of,
neat.
he may be like eating a protein bar or something, and just and probably the wrapper doesn't know what to do with it and puts it in his pocket as he's just sort of hello, just arrives.
Yeah, no, I think the Harlock would be watching the door, but kind of, side speaking to him. We cannot let the Imperium get hold of those drugs. They're very powerful psionic ones.
What?
And the drugs inside the Grebes are very powerful psionic drugs. If they get a hold of it, our whole
no.
mission for Drinax is going to be.
We don't have a choice. How are we supposed to hide these?
I thought we were. I thought the plan, like before I was just about to, like, my hands hovering over the open blast door button, and I'm like the airlock, and I thought the entire plan was to give over the.
Yes, well, that was before we knew that they are this. Essentially, they will make any.
We just figured this out.
Yes,
Oh, geez.
these
Okay.
these drugs will make anyone comparable to my own level of psionics. If we give this to the
much is it?
Imperials, a lot.
It might burn them out, though. It's probably not something, it's probably not
Harlock,
good
we
for
can't
you.
hide all of this from them.
I understand that, but if you both understand what can happen, the consequences of the Imperium having this kind of technology and ability. It's not going to matter how much pirating we do. They're not going to make any sort of understanding with Drinax. They're not going to make any understanding with everyone. It's going to be an entirely different game.
Harlock, if
I
they
should
want
never-
these drugs, they can get them from somewhere. They have the money, the means.
And yet, you'll notice that they are here sitting, waiting for us with these now.
We're not going to get these past them, especially if they're
Yes, we
looking
are.
for them.
Yes, we are.
What
do we need-
Foley
what-
turns to face Severance.
What do we need?
Yes,
What do
yes,
we
I
need
like
to
to hear
do to what is there highly psychic drugs?
I couldn't even be in the same room with them. It's
What about? But you, Val, you are covered in blood from the Grebes.
We have 4
We are
Grebes.
covered.
Great segue. We have 4 Grebes that still have them in their stomachs.
The ship docks. It is now connected. The
4.
only thing separating you two are 2 airlocks.
I have one final plan.
With the airlock,
yes.
can I make it look like we're having a malfunction?
It starts to open and then closes. It starts
Yeah.
to open and then closes.
Yeah, and I think it could be opening, and I'm also reaching, going beep, trying to close it.
Sorry for the terminal decompression.
Yeah, it's so many apologies. We'll get you into soon. You don't want to get closed in there. It would be very uncomfortable.
I'm going to note that the Gambler has military grade sensors. Very, very, very good sensors. So,
This is my plan.
Tarika,
To sense them to death. No.
this is a
Makes sense of the
naval
situation.
patrol cruiser.
Cool.
It is fully, all of its power is fully on. You can see all the details of the ship itself. It sort of looks like a kind of like a bird of prey. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like a long with like sort of the wide wings out. You can see that it has got multiple like the weapon systems are up. You can see it has weapon systems and they're hot. They're not firing,
Okay.
but they could if they wanted to. You can see actually. Your sensors are really good. I just checked that roll and I checked your sensors, and it is it's a.
Look,
You
I,
have
I
very
don't
good
want to brag,
sensors.
but
Who is
this
one?
is the gambler, and I feel like we should all just take a moment to recognize the beauty of the gambler.
It's time to recognize later.
Recognize-
No, now. Take your moment.
We're
Dig
gonna
out.
recognize that later. Thank you.
Um,
They have got, and I would notice because you can see individual brain activity on this ship. Your sensors are very good. They have like 17 people, a crew of about 17 on this ship. They have got 4 triple turrets. So, with some missiles. Some have missiles, some look like laser. So you're looking at some, 6 lasers and 6 missile turrets, right? Sort of total coming at you if they wanted to attack. You notice they've got like a boat, so they've got like a shuttle in there. They've got a fuel scoop and processors. They have got. This is about you're 200, right? It's like twice the size of your ship. So in terms of size, it's about twice the size of yours. Good armor, strong, powerful engines. You
Better than
estimate-
mine.
Well, ships like this have a better jump drive, definitely. You don't know
What about
100%, but
mine?
you'd probably estimate like probably a 3 jump drive. You're not quite certain if their thrust is as good as yours. You bet you could outfly her in maneuver space.
Erica.
Yes. Yes.
If we needed to undock from this in a pretty hasty situation, we could do it. Yes.
I'm looking into that possibility.
Just a yes or no will be fine.
Well, as soon as I have a yes or a
Yes, of
no,
course, yes, I'm not. Whenever you're ready. Yes.
As I sort of-
inseparable man.
as I sort of hang it up. So here's my plan.
Yes.
And we don't have much time to do it.
No.
We have no time. None. They're there.
I'm looking across.
The inner door of this patrol cruiser
Well,
to
there we go.
their airlock opens. People from over there will be moving into their airlock at this moment.
To their airlock. So there's still
So it's
So what's your
Sometimes we-
their
plan?
airlock, your airlock, like their ship, their airlock, your ship. So they're
funny that you say we
moving
don't
into
have-
their airlock.
It's funny
Can-
you say we don't have any time. It seems like most psionics and psionicists, such as yourself, I've seen split and manipulate time itself, and also carry with them various cat-sized dog things. So I'm wondering if there is a way that we can potentially go towards. Hear me out. What if we were all
Their
to go
inner
down
door
towards where
closes.
these grebes? hear that?
Can I decompress the airlock before they're able or does theirs not open until basically can I make sure that theirs doesn't the door between them and us isn't able to open because the air keeps decompressing out of there and
The problem is, do you want to kill them? Well, they're in theirs right now, and your outer if your door were open, that might hurt some. But you're going to, the more you do this, it's going to tick them off.
I think we're
just wanna
past
do it
that.
I think I just want to do it a couple times. I'm just trying to buy as many more seconds of time as I can buy right now.
Give me
Um,
electronics, if you don't mind.
Not life support? I was so ready for
Oh.
life support.
Well,
That makes sense.
that's a different thing. Would you like
Uh-uh.
to? That would be if you want to do some other things to them. You know what I mean?
Like death support.
Like turn off their lives on hard or something like that.
Like if you were able to trap them in that airlock and then void all the life support from them, it would
Ah.
take them a while to die, but they would have no air. You'd have to wait for their You could
And then
Quick
they have to do a
question,
whole
can-
flashback episode, or like that was put in the wrong spot of the entire chronological order of the episode, resulting to their cancellation later by Fox. Yeah, it'd be worse.
Yeah. But then
I
there'd
mean,
be
it
a-
all makes
But then later
sense.
on there'd be a movie, so that
Right, that's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you could certainly use your life support skill, but that might not be the thing you want to do right now, if you know what I mean.
soon,
It's
Terica,
not.
soon.
I mean, and how I'm assuming it's like a boarding party of like 4. So realistically,
Yes.
we've got like still
Yes.
13 people on the ship who could cause
Yes.
issues for us. Okay.
Terica, I need you to make it look like the ship's broken.
I,
You're doing a
I,
great job. I don't know what you're doing, but I felt some bumps. Keep doing what you're doing.
Same thing. So,
So here's the idea.
talking about a dog-sized cat. A cat-sized dog.
Yes. Do you remember when you teleported the dog thing to the top of the roof?
Yes,
Remember that?
yes,
Right. This is
same
what I'm
page, yes,
referencing
okay.
to.
Yes, no, I'm there. I'm
You
with
are, and you are very practiced in psionics, yes?
Yeah.
Right,
Well,
and we
there's
are not.
hardly anyone who's more
Right.
practiced
And the
than
last time
am.
I was able
The
to do
door
anything,
tries
or-
to open, the connecting door.
Yes,
but
you-
there's a
we
problem
had a difficult time
with
last
the
year. What do you
air
want me-
cycling.
the idea is we all take the drugs and then we all teleport the ship away from here.
Well,
We teleport the ship away from here?
Yes.
that-
Yes.
I think that's a poor idea. I
The
think
Harlock had done it with a cat before. Why can't we all do it?
because the last
Because
time you did it, you ended up
Fucking
naked.
ship.
I didn't
And
have
all
the
of
power
those
you
things-
have, and you just said that these drugs, one,
They will
be
kill
used,
you.
and
You
then
will
also-
die. You will not
they'll kill
teleport
you. They won't
anywhere.
kill
You will
us. This is
teleport
what-
into death.
That's what it's for. It's for us to.
With
Alright, very
training,
well.
with years of training. Listen, I've grown rather attached to all of you, and I don't want to see your brains explode all over my shoes.
Beep beep.
Oh.
Very well.
Door tries.
It's one thing to teleport with one creature, much less all of the creatures we have aboard the ship, including all of the electronics, everything. It's even if your brain could handle something like that, it's not going to work. It gets on the comm. Terica.
yes,
Open
yes.
the door.
We're complete. Do we have any ability to maneuver at this point?
Well, we're connected, so I would need to disconnect, and then we would need
Yes,
to
but if we
maneuver.
were
I think
disconnected,
that,
would we be able to maneuver?
well, yes, I could fly us. I mean, the reality is, I think we might be a little bit better than them, but if we can't jump right now, we just can't jump. We don't have enough fuel.
Harlock,
Yes, but yes.
someone's going to die if we don't give them what they need.
This
Someone
is
is
the
going to-
Horatio. There's
Many
something
people
wrong
are
with
going to
your
die
doors.
if we give them what they.
Yes, sir. Very
want.
sorry, sir. We are. We've been having issues lately with the door. What is going on? And I'm
Going to kick the door. Clunk.
I'm so sorry.
If we give them these drugs, it's not a matter of someone going to die. It's going to be a matter of a lot of people dying.
You know who won't die? Us.
The captain
don't
wants
even-
access to
I
your
don't
ship.
think-
Fix your doors.
I don't think that's true.
Is that our doors or your doors?
If we are trying to do what we're trying to do in terms of privateering, and they have access to these things, we will be a distant memory. It is directly going to impact us.
We're going to die if we do this.
We're going to die either way.
You want me to disconnect and jump or and run? They've got a lot of guns. They've got 6 turrets and they've got 6 lasers.
And you don't have any jump fuel. Sorry, that's still my
Yeah.
radio voice.
I keep saying
Listen,
I
we don't
keep
need this
saying
from
jump.
you.
I
We
don't
don't
mean
need this from
jump.
all of you. We weren't asking your opinion on this.
What's our friend's name? Who's at the cocktail at the cockpit right now?
Wesley?
Wesley.
Wesley?
Technically, I think Terica is still sitting in the seat, but like if anyone were to come onto the bridge, then Terica would like.
Yes, the button to disengage the locks, then meet us where the creeps are.
Sort of eyeball everyone.
And Wesley looks at Terica.
Sorry. Ari legit didn't hear that. What did you say?
Oh
Wesley
yeah, I
looks at
said
Terica.
what I said. What me?
Yes.
Yeah. I said you show Wesley where the buttons are to disengage, and then meet us where the grebes are being kept. Because I don't remember where that is. Is that in the med bay or the cargo?
Yeah.
The cargo bay.
Cargo bay.
Cargo
Okay.
hold.
Yeah. And then meet us in
Which
cargo.
is
hold.
also where airlock is.
And then I said that with a hanging
the
question mark
airlock
while
is in
looking
the-
at everybody else.
The airlock is in the.
It's where the cargo
Cargo
bay
hold?
is, yeah.
Cargo
So it's
bay.
right here.
Terica
That's
will
not
look
so
over. Terica will look at Wesley and say, and give him brief but direct instructions on how to disengage the airlock and set the ship moving, with the hope that, like, if necessary, they could get back up to the bridge to actually do the piloting.
And then
Just note that will be a contested roll because they're not going to detach willingly.
Let go.
Right, of course.
Like,
Yeah.
no.
He's
yeah, is
not-
there a way
he's
that I
not
can like request a time stop so we can like meta discuss like what the
Absolutely.
breeds are and all that sort of stuff without because I would love to play this
Yes.
out, but I feel like there's some holes in the context of where the grebes are. Can I take a look at the map, our
Absolutely.
interior
Absolutely.
as well,
Yes.
just so I can
Yes,
take
you
some
can.
context of what's happening
Let me bring this
and
to
where
you
things
and
are
let me
being
let
kept.
the audience see it as well because I feel like they
Hey.
may
I'm
want to
gonna-
just sort of check out your
Now I'm going to turn off
ship.
this eye contact filter because I'm not looking at the screen right now. Okay.
So here
No, it's
is
okay.
our
You can
lovely
be
ship.
looking at everyone. It's all right.
Here, oh, hello, lovely ship. So here up this place up here is where here's your bridge, and all of your quarters and where your passengers
Yeah,
are.
where we
Right,
usually
and
meet.
that's your port down here, and this is going to bring
Notice
you
that
down.
Dr. Val
Down
has
here is where
two
your
rooms? That's new.
cargo hold is down here.
Uh-huh.
All this is like your
I'm seeing it now, okay.
engines and your fuel. These are the low berth because the low berth is
Yeah.
Yep.
the
Where the
pods.
cargo
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
yeah.
That's where our sleepy
and-
friends are.
That's where your
And we have engineering, which are all these other probably bits and bobs, yeah?
And there you have your airlock.
All right.
This is our airlock going downward?
Going
What
out.
is going?
Okay, so it's not a side; it's a down.
It's
Or
a,
no.
Yeah, 'cause ships,
it's a
space.
ladder? So it's a ladder of some sort.
And it opens up, right? But normally, if you're in space, you can just, right? And then
Float,
you've got a
right.
You're right. Yeah.
Right.
like a little,
So my
ramp will go down.
then that changes a little bit of my brain and context in the ship. Do we float around the ship, or are we in? Or is there artificial gravity, or is there no artificial gravity in this room? Okay, so there is artificial gravity. So us jumping in downward into this hatch bay is going to then at some point turn floaty. I'm thinking Star Citizen, because that's what happens in Star Citizen, where
Yeah.
at some point you hit a threshold and start floating. Okay, so that,
Mhm.
all right, that's how that works. Okay. What is this one? What is this little, is this a toilet? What is this?
Let me get that
This
for
white
you,
circle.
because I've got you, my friend. Let me get my other map for you. Boop, 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 boop. Here we go.
I have so
All
many
right, let me-
questions. I'm trying to
Oh, it is.
figure out the
Grand.
calculus that is planned that is going to probably maybe, or not happen, and I have to think on the fly.
Right, so this one here
Which is what I love. I love
is your
this stuff.
airlock.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
And then you've got your low berth here, because that's where they're hanging out.
Low
You
berth.
have got,
Sorry, airlock and low berth.
right, here's your jump drives, right? These up here are your jump drives.
Hmm. Is there a key? That'll be so helpful. Oh, no.
Here's your power plant, and I can actually make a key for you. I can make little arrows. Here's your power
That's okay.
plant.
Mm-hmm.
You've got your cargo scoop is up here.
Mhm.
Your sensor array is up here, which is like attached to that down there. You have got, what else do you have that's really lovely?
Are these airlocks too? Sorry, these hallways that
No,
sort
that's
of go
actually
outward?
just like part of your hull.
Okay.
Just the structure. Okay.
Just part of your structure. You've got your countermeasure suite down there in the red. That's like, so you've got a lot more sensors down there for your countermeasures.
And
what
like
else would be
flare
exciting
and
for you to know
chaff and
about?
stuff. This
Oh.
circle.
Yeah,
You've got
the
your
dot right
maneuver
under.
drive. Yeah. You've got your maneuver drives down there. Oh, missile storage is where that bottom one is here.
It's a missile storage. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, probably it's work. All right. Which is sweet. Okay.
All
But
right.
this is our
So
airlock, and that's where they're coming in. That's probably where we're hanging out.
I would
waiting for
imagine,
this.
yeah.
Yeah, having this like quick meeting, or we're in this ish area. But we need to go if we wanted to. I'm so sorry for taking up all of this time. But just
So
logistics
when they
about the
come
map.
out, when they want to go and inspect the hold, they're going to come out of this door right there,
Yep.
and you would escort them down where your arrow
This
went
way.
down into the hold,
Yep.
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
where all the grebes are.
Okay, and this is where the grebes are, so it's not that far.
Yeah.
And
also
if we wanted,
all of the, not only all the grebes, but also
all
of
the cargo.
all the
Drugs.
cargo you have.
Yeah. And
Including
we don't
illegal
have a
drugs.
cargo hold where illegal drugs are we? Or a
It's all just
stowaway,
there. It's just all right there.
but it's
Yeah, we don't
unmarked,
have a
right?
secret place. I mean, it's
That's
right.
marked.
Yeah,
They
it's
were
this
duplicates.
moment.
That's not true. It's currently buried inside of that freight of ore that we picked up that
Yes.
Severance got
Yeah,
for us.
so we
Yeah.
We picked that
did.
up
So we
before
do
the
have
attack.
it hidden in
Right.
a freight of ore, which is great because it's magnetic, hopefully. So if they were to scan it, it'll just read as metallic. So that's fine. But
Here's the thing too, though.
mhm.
If we hand over the greaves and these drugs, there is no possible way they're just going to be like, neat, thank you, go about your merry way. They're going to
Right,
Yeah.
we're going to be
grab us, they're going to tow us away, they're going to question us.
the
There's
gambler is going to be on
even
their
if we-
record.
even if we tell them that we got it from someone else, they are not going to care.
Again, they're not
But
gonna-
again, this all depends upon how legitimate they are. If this is part of a sting, they're not in their space right now. They're completely outside of their jurisdiction. If this is something where it looks
the
easy,
Imperium is out of their jurisdiction in
yeah,
this
this is the well. I mean, this is the
They-
reach. This isn't.
Yeah, but
Nobody claims this
Oh.
area.
Sweet.
I feel like they would
But-
consider it within their jurisdiction to be able to be
Well, of
doing
course
what
they
they're
would.
doing.
There's,
Like,
They would
three
consider it,
factions
yeah.
sort of always doing that. Yeah.
But
We are
again, the
also
Imperium,
considering that.
right? The Imperium is super strict as far as like
Yeah.
their military regulations go.
Of course.
If these people are doing their own little bit of padding their stats and getting money on the side, kind of war profiteering type of shit, they'll be
Mm.
happy as hell to get this stuff and be like, well, hey, thank you very much. And it depends because there's
Great job.
paperwork
You've done your
involved
good
with,
work. Yeah.
yeah. So
And then
if
we
we
also
just,
get a
I will
bonus.
note. I will note. Even if they are not, even if they're totally 100% legit, there is no kingdom of Drinax to hold these border spaces with to hold the jurisdiction. So they can just come in here if they want to and do whatever they want because no one can stop them and there's nobody who has some kind of sovereignty to say, hey, you can't be here.
Yeah.
cut it out.
a trooper 100% agree, but what I'm thinking more of,
Right.
Ryan, is the hierarchy inside the military. They might all think of this
Yeah.
as free game. Is this their corner? Is this their block that they're able to
Yeah.
work? It all depends on whether or not they're supposed to be here in the confines and structure of their own military unit. If
and
we
what their mandate is.
correct,
If
are they here for the right reasons?
You're
Yeah.
right. If they're here,
It could be a bunch of dirty cops.
yeah, if they're here
Yeah,
for
you know?
legitimate reasons, I feel like it wouldn't just be like a thanks, head on
Yeah.
your merry way, you
Yeah.
know.
The ones
Like
doing the
with-
dirty
with
work and
something
the
like
ones
this.
like
It
illegitimate,
depends what their mandate is, right? Like
unjust
if their
stuff,
mandate,
yeah.
if they're here for like a general, we're just here to go and make sure that nobody has any sketchy things. That
There's
would be
no
one
way
kind
that's
of
the
search.
case. There's no way that
If-
they would not be right here, right now, if that were the case. Waiting.
But
for
yeah,
us.
but
If they
here's
have
the
something
thing.
very specific that they're looking for, that's a
Right.
different kind of search.
right.
If it's a search and seizure, that's a completely different operation. If it's somebody giving them contraband that was discovered, that's a completely different thing, especially for their reporting methods. So if we're like, oh, hey, we found something illegal, here it is. Here's information on something.
Yeah.
Here's
Yeah, yeah.
actual evidence. Here's something.
Yeah.
Oh, we will accept that, but we never did anything to get it. You know, so it depends on how much business that we have a puncher's chance to be able to say, hey, look what we found, awesome. And they get to
Yeah.
decide whether or not they want to make it messy.
We do. We also
it's
play devil's advocate here, and like I like to do, we also have a fighter's chance of all taking a bunch of psychic drugs and teleporting these things somewhere else.
We
I
don't.
think
What do you
there's
think?
no possible way that
die.
would work.
Why
I don't
not?
think there's a
It's a huge
possible way that
ship.
would work.
What
It's
stops
a
that?
huge ship.
Yeah, and we've got
There's
we've
a
got
lot
tons
of
of psychic
stuff.
drugs. We got tons of people that if we all just got into a ring and said, "All right, everybody, well, let's go to Witch Mountain," we all go to Witch Mountain.
I mean, I would
I
just
don't
like
think
to
it
point
works
to the
that way.
last time that somebody who did not have a lot of psychic power when they jumped.
I didn't have a
and-
lot of psychic power
It's-
then. My,
it's not
my
just
theory
about
and
the-
also Baron's
like my
theory is I
clothes.
get psychic power, temporary psychic power, when I take these drugs. So if everybody in the ship and
It's-
there's
it's
enough in
not-
these grebes to drink the blood of these grebes and then teleport a ship, that sounds sick.
It's not just about the power though. You have to have like if somebody was out there who had just a lot of psychic power and no training, you could teleport the ship inside out into a black hole. Like
Yeah, that's
you
fine.
would
That's
have to
fine.
be able to have like you would have to be very trained to teleport something.
Oh, I didn't
this
say I wanted a
complex.
destination. I'm just saying out of here.
Out of here in a way. Like it would not arrive in one piece anywhere. Like, and especially if there's no specific destination, like without training, it would be catastrophic.
I'm willing to take those.
Right, and the maximum thing is we couldn't teleport
I like
more
those
than
odds.
I mean maximum is 100 miles. I think it's 10,
Yeah.
100,
Maybe
something like that.
so.
And
Visible
for
in
them,
space.
that would literally be like we would move from right in front of them to
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah, you're like, oh, wait a oh.
We're like,
Yeah,
nana, nana, boo, boo.
At that point, we're already moving. They've got to run back to their ship. They got to load up. They got to wait for the airlocks, and we're already moving. And then
I mean,
we
don't
we
have
never
gas.
jump.
we're not gonna make it through privating/pirating our way through this thing without attracting the attention negatively of the Imperial Navy. That's not gonna happen. Like it's gonna happen at one
Under
point
the
or
stone
another.
jackal, we could. But they know us as the gambler here. That's
This
really
is-
the hard part. I think the best way
right,
to do it is
even
probably
so, like
probably Greg's idea is just hand it over and see what happens. There, of course, is that crazy idea that I proposed because that would be nuts. But I do think the best.
I love that idea, but I just think it would end so poorly.
I love the idea because it's
Rocket
Severance
loves the
looking at
idea,
everybody.
but-
It's Severance looking at everybody and saying, "Hey, I've got the perfect idea. Let's do all the drugs and see what happens."
Uh-huh.
For the record, this
And
is
Doc knowing
very,
that he's a
very
hardcore
much,
addict, going, "Mhm."
very like Severance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
right,
absolutely.
right.
This is
Yeah.
this is
Also-
very in line.
You're
I'm gonna
saying.
note,
I'm
I
sorry. You're
bet
saying
those
I think you
drugs
do
are
drugs.
super addictive. Just
Right.
gonna note
Of
that.
course they are. So you're saying that I can do drugs and then achieve psychic power? That sounds great.
You will
I could do drugs and become a god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
for like
sounds
2,000
awesome.
millisecond before
I don't know if that is, as much as I don't know if he's thinking about the addiction right now, but he's thinking about just getting us out of here. But yes, I don't know. I
so
would,
what-
I would
what-
argue
what-
rolling a street drugs to know
what
this
planet are we
information.
right
If we
next to?
could, Thebes, if
Phoebus.
we could do all this.
Do
but
what
anyway, that's-
exactly?
I'm also
Take lots of drugs and teleport away, or
Oh,
what?
I was thinking more like try and disengage, maneuver away, and try and like
If we do, we
hide or
don't have a
hide out
jump.
or something on the planet. Yeah, and I'm not talking about
Yeah.
jumping. We can't jump, but like
That's gonna be rough because you
Oh.
cannot jump.
We can't
Oh, I
jump,
have-
and there's nothing near us. We're in space.
You
There's not
guys.
even like we're not
Planet.
even near a celestial. I don't even
I
know if
have an
we're
idea.
near one, right?
I have an
But I don't
idea.
think we're.
I'm ready.
What's your idea?
Okay. So, well, I mean, we are near a gas giant because that's where we were going to go scoop from anyway. We're
Yeah.
in this solar system. All we have to do is get behind the gas giant and then activate our thing to be the stars that are behind us. And we could fucking disappear.
Right.
Your
We have to get
holographic does
there.
not take your ship away. It just changes what it looks like.
So they would.
But if
you
we
could-
look like all the stars that are behind us,
Yeah, but then you could probably scan and still get our comm stuff, our tele something.
What if we
Oh.
What if we descended like?
We'll still have
in-
a signature.
it was
What if
really
we
brilliant in my
descended-
head.
It's a really
What if
no,
we
it's a great
descended
idea.
down? What if we had maneuvered away and descended down because we are right next to the gas giant. So and we
You have to
descended
fly
down.
to it. You've got
Right, but
distance.
we still have.
Then it's a chase.
It's
Yeah,
not a
then it's-
jump.
Yeah, but they
it's-
can
we
they
have
can shoot
maneuverability.
in down at us. They don't even have to come in at us. They can
Yeah, right.
stay
That's
up at
true.
the
I don't even
safe
know if they're
levels
going
and
to
shoot
chase us.
down
They'll just
in.
shoot
Yeah,
us.
but everything's going to be jammed. Are they going to be able
won't
to
be
see
able
where
to
we're at
track us.
inside of it if I go deep enough?
Well, this would be a space battle, is what that would
This would be a space
At
battle.
least.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that doesn't sound lethal at all in this system.
No way.
Well,
I
you got
think.
the chase in a space battle, I mean, look, you did really well against a ship with no weapons that was like a civilian ship with no
Yeah,
weapons.
yeah, we did
Hey,
great against civilians.
hey now, hey
And
now.
stuff was great.
We don't
I
need to
am-
underline civilians so much.
My out of character meta discussion time stop thing. I don't want to say it's coming to a close, but I am comfortable
it is.
with moving on with Greg's idea before anything else. Because I mean, like, I do have a lot of talkie skill, so we can try to convince and persuade them about exactly everything that about what Greg said. The only thing is, I'm worried that they have our, this is a little meta information that I want to discuss, is they have the gambler name. You know, it's like, how much what do they want to, no matter what, out of this record, out of this encounter we are going into, they are going to write something somewhere to some sort of Imperium about the gambler. Whether it's they gave us drugs, or they fled, or they disappeared from space and we don't know where they are, or whatever it is, there's going to be a report, right? So
Unless
what
they're not
kind-
supposed to be here.
That's a
That's
big
true.
if.
Exactly. That's
That's
that
a
is
big if, and
that
like
is
there's the fact that they're waiting specifically for this, like, makes me feel very itchy about it.
When
that's
I
what,
did
I
that's
will
what I'm
know.
thinking. They're either
If they have a
waiting
record of the
here in this-
gambler, I mean, there's a record of the gambler being in Marduk. There's a record of the
Mhm.
gambler
Being
going
deputized by
through-
GDCO.
That happened.
deputized for
That
GDCO.
happened.
Yeah.
Was I here for that?
No, the director of GDCO said that they gave you all a deputization for if you're in the
Oh, that was a lie.
Marduk system,
Yeah.
because they are not going to leave their high port area. But there's all that space near the, where you pirated some people. There's all that space outside of out of the zone where they're going to be
That's
hanging out.
right.
Right, that you are allowed to basically take down pirates and protect trade in the outer area of Marduk.
Yeah.
I would be
remember that.
very interested to know what information they're based on, because a lot of it seems a little too conveniently planned. Like the people bringing the Grebes on board and like tagging them, the only drug ones, to us, and then this Navy ship being there waiting for us. Like it's very tidy.
That's
You know,
why
so I
gotta
would
say it.
be very curious, like how. But that's the thing. I don't know, like, aside from just the fact that I don't think that Harlock would allow these drugs to go in. However that ends up happening, I don't think Harlock would let it happen. I rock it. I think it's a fine idea, but I just because, but because of how big of a threat it is, not just to what they're doing here, but to all of the other planets, to all of anyone else who is not the Imperium, and especially to the Zodani, I think her imperative to not let that happen would trump.
This is the Imperium.
Yes.
I don't think
this is Imperial
Terica
Navy,
has-
yes.
The shit, yeah.
I don't think Terica's been involved
know
in
what's
this
happening.
conversation, but I don't know that they would have really a vote
Joe
at
said,
this
"I
point.
have an
But
idea."
Okay.
I was wondering, with that scan that I did and all the information I picked up, was I able to see if they had jumped into this system with other ships or anything that would tell me whether or not they're alone here?
No, however, if there's nothing there, if there are other ships, your guess would be that there are two other patrol cruisers, just
Right.
in other parts of the system wherever other people would jump in. So you would suspect if they're doing a full dragnet, that there are probably two other patrol cruisers around.
Okay. But I don't have anything telling me whether or not that's true. And the reason I'm asking is because I'm like, if they're not supposed to be here, I doubt those other two cruisers exist.
That
Right.
would also be true. Yeah, but those other, if
But
they're
I don't
there,
have a way to
they're
see
way
that.
outside of sensor range. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That's my only,
Um,
but I don't think Terica's got a.
Yeah.
They're not involved right now.
Doors
But I am
opening.
here for the chaos.
I am good to move on with how things are playing out right now without doing any. I don't want to say without throwing a wrench in anything, because you bet that's going to happen. But I am cool and comfortable with these doors opening. Is anybody else?
I don't think Terica should leave the bridge, though. I think they
No.
should stay,
Okay.
I mean,
stay on
I-
the bridge.
I think Harlock would flat out say to everyone, like, these drugs will leave with them over my dead body.
That's when the doors open.
Okay.
Because I mean, like, the way the Baron feels about Drinax would be like how.
Yeah.
That's
Totally,
you
that's
know,
totally
like-
fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. And then
So
I
the
go,
Harlock
"Huh?"
says.
And then the door opens.
Yeah, just
The Harlock
this will be
says
fine.
these-
It'll be fine.
Yep.
Okay,
The
cool.
Harlock says these drugs will leave this ship over my dead body, and the doors to the airlock open, and in front of you, you see two soldiers, two, I suppose, sailors, in heavy combat armor with rifles, and they are standing in front of two people
I know this. I know it's about to happen.
Not heavy combat armor, but armored, light armor in uniform. Most likely you'd sort of think like a nice uniform and probably like heavy, thick padded, sort of like Kevlar, that kind of a thing underneath. So they don't look like behemoths. They have sidearms, of course, like pistols. And one of them, sort of a gray-looking fellow, has got a scanner and a computer with him. And then the other one is a woman. You can tell by the uniform that this is the captain of the ship, who's come over personally. And she's also sporting a noble's rapier. And she has got sort of short, wavy.
I know how you
Gray.
GM these days. This is so good. I love you so much. All right, go ahead. Continue as you were.
Gray hair.
As you were.
Short gray-white hair with a blue streak
Fucking
in
God.
her uniform. And she is sort of looking at her computer as she is stepping forward into your ship. And as she looks up and she's saying, "Yes, it's good to see you, Captain the Harlock. I'm Captain Mary Moore." And her eyes sit right on you, Severance. And that's where we're going to go to break.
I can explain. I think.
It's not what you think. It's not what you think.
I don't know why I have to explain. Why am I explaining this?
Just vacation.
I love that so much. I knew it as
Oh
soon
my
as the
God,
door
no.
opened. Actually, in the middle of us discussing, I was like, "Wait a minute, these are Imperial." I know it. I know what you're doing. I know what's happening. And while you were
man, yeah.
describing, I put in our Discord, wife or a Baron's wife incoming, and boom. Oh
Mhm.
man.
Oh my God.
So well done. I'm so excited for this.
Oh,
That changes.
that changes everything.
It might.
Doesn't it?
It
Doesn't
could
it?
possibly change a lot.
So good. So good.
Maybe my opening questions were also part of this plot to find out what your wife looked like for just this moment.
Oh no.
Perhaps they were.
Who knows?
Perhaps they were.
maybe not.
Who is to
knows?
say definitively?
It was so well done. So well done.
Well played. Well
Oh,
played.
Very well done.
I will note, she looks surprised to see you. She did not expect to see you. There's a look of surprise on her face
Me too.
when she sees you.
Uh-huh.
Would-
Same. Big same.
Real quick, based
Mm.
on past events that may or may not have happened, would Harlock would know what she looks like?
Oh, yes.
No, or
for
be
several-
familiar with. Be like, this is a familiar face for some reason.
For several reasons, the Harlock would know exactly what she looks like.
Okay, cool.
Yes. One of which was that heist
Brain
that you
scan, I don't
pulled.
remember.
That
Yeah, we
you
went
got.
on a heist together before, you remember,
Yeah.
buddy?
All right.
Yeah. Where
Yeah, she
Severance
was
pretended to be
there. That's
Baron
right.
Marymore to get into an estate to
Yep.
get some
Right.
stuff.
Mhm.
That the Harlock wanted
Yep,
to steal.
I do remember
Yeah,
that.
some things
That was
happened.
a part of the thing that we did.
Just a couple of
Yep.
right there. Mhm.
Yeah.
This is
Sick.
totally fine. Oh yeah, no. As soon as she starts walking up, Harlock will be like,
That's so interesting. Now I'm so excited to find out what she knows and all that. Man, I'm excited. All right. Let's hurry up
"Oh
and
no!"
when we come back.
We're taking our break in this penultimate episode when a routine sting operation. There were some
Routine sting
surprises.
operation.
Routine sting
Oh, no.
operation. Everybody, drink some
Uh-huh.
water. Stretch your legs.
Uh-huh.
Get yourself ready because when we and they're gonna. I'm sure they're gonna strategize. I'm just gonna hang out.
Rethink your
but-
lives. Rethink someone else's lives that you somehow stole at one point.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll all be
Yeah,
fine.
This
yeah.
is-
I do not. This changes calculus, and I'm very excited for it. So, my friends, we
I
will
think
be
it's fine.
back in 10 minutes, and then we'll find out what happens. Everyone, we'll be right back. Everybody, I'm very excited for it. Hello, everyone. And now we're back. And I'm so happy to be back with you all for a family reunion. So, yeah, I think it's great. When we last left off, the captain of this patrol cruiser, with her, I suppose, inspector and 2 highly trained Marines, have stepped onto your ship. And surprise, it's the Baron's wife. Because the Baron is a clone of a Baron. And that Baron has a wife, and that wife is the captain, because we discussed this back in session 1, is a captain in the Imperial Navy, and that wife is currently stepping onto this ship, and she is a
Trooper,
bit
I think they can't
surprised.
see myth. I'm sorry to interrupt you, my friend. They're
Let's
saying they
see.
can't see myth.
Oh, you're right.
Oh,
No, you're right. You're right.
So
You're
sorry.
right. You're
so
right.
Sorry.
I'm here
It was the
again.
wrong scene. I'm so sorry. Where are we?
To be fair,
Yes.
the
Yes.
wife of your original clone person just showed up. I too would dip out at that point.
It's probably what happened, actually.
Two
Right?
would
Mitz was like,
disappear.
nope, gotta go. Just
I was thinking about it. How do I
George
disappear
just
out of the
melts
scene?
through the floor. Just
How do I do this?
so, for the record, at this moment, you are right in front of the airlock of your ship,
Not confused with the
the
Harlock.
Gambler. And in the hold of this ship is a bunch of cargo, a bunch of grebes, 4 of which, because 1 of which is missing, have stomachs
missing one?
full
Oh my gosh! I
because
missed
it was
so much.
killed and slaughtered and
Oh, okay, never mind.
by
We
the
know where it is.
dock.
Got it.
Full of drugs,
ew.
which are of a type that are known to the Harlock, but this drug, and at this strength, is unknown to the Harlock. This is something that, as far as you know, does not exist, but yet here it is. Seems quite dangerous. And you're all there, except for Terrica, who's up on the bridge with Wesley, just in case. And the captain looks up and goes, Aloysius.
for a moment.
What?
No. Oh, yeah. Yes. Welcome aboard, Captain.
And she's staring at
Yes.
Severance.
I don't know if
And-
I go into him or not, or do I?
The person next to her feels like it's a bit awkward. Like there's this kind of like awkward moment where the Harlock is clearly the captain, but the captain of this ship is looking at Severance. Well, by the way, when I say clearly the captain, it's because it's on the logs, it's on the transponder. No disrespect.
Thank you. Of course, you would never.
No. And she is, it's like her eyes are on Severance.
That's fine.
Have you seen
But
me?
when
Of
you
course. I
welcomed,
would be.
she didn't react because she's fixated on him at this moment. And it's a little silent.
She's Aloysius.
Because you said that was his name?
I know. I'm just trying to debate if Severance would stay as Severance or if Severance would be like, haha, yes, it's me.
Yes,
I don't know, I
Captain.
think he's
Welcome aboard.
And she looks at you, but goes back and then finally takes her eyes to you. Captain the Harlock of the
Yes.
Gambler.
That's correct.
Why is Baron Aloysius Merrymore aboard this ship?
Oh, is that why you wanted to dock and come aboard?
No, Aloysius.
This
And
seems like a personal matter.
the person next to her hears the name and goes, like, Like, there's clearly like, oh, awkward, right? Just sort of.
She says his name in the way, you know the way.
So-
Yes.
Trying to just remember this weird relationship knot that I've woven in this crazy backstory. Her husband
Hmm.
is Aloysius Merrymore,
That is correct. Baron of the Empire.
Baron of the Empire.
Hmm.
I look like Aloysius Merrymore.
So very much.
I
Let's
know.
see
It's
you're a
as
So-
clone
if
of.
I would say
it would
a
be like
spitting image.
looking into a mirror.
It would be like looking at the same person.
It would be like that.
But I'm not wearing any
Pants.
pants. I'm not wearing it. It's canon. I'm not wearing any Baron regalia, anything Imperial, right?
That is
I'm
correct.
wearing Drinaxian post-apocalyptic armor and also
That is
maybe
correct.
even some noble garb from them.
Drinax.
I think these glasses may
Yeah.
be Aloysius's, and he wears them. I
Yeah.
don't. So I
Yeah.
think maybe that could be what is like on me.
Also, she
reason.
just recognizes you.
And she recognized me
can
as
look-
that, right?
she
So I'm just trying to think of like,
Knows what
do I?
looks
How
like.
do? What is in her perspective? I'm not a
Mm.
spitting image. There you are, dressed as you always do. I look like her husband in pirate clothes.
Yes.
Yeah.
As
You
if
look
it
like
were
your husband who's
Halloween.
trying to be incognito for some reason.
Yeah. And she just blew that. Okay, cool. And then I will go.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
This is not what marriage is supposed to be.
Thanks so much. Yeah, and she said Aloysius, right? She was waiting for a response. And then
Well, I think she's like, why is Aloysius on your ship? Me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, is this a personal matter? Are you aboard for personal or professional reasons?
I'm
Captain.
just gonna look and I'm gonna blink twice at my wife.
She's getting angry, it looks like. And her assistant's like, Lieutenant, Captain, the inspection? She
If you would
keeps
like
looking
some
at him.
if you would like some privacy, of course this is a strange time to arrange it. You know,
Captain? Aloysius, I think perhaps we should have a discussion, don't you?
Yes. We do.
This inspection can wait 15 minutes.
Sevens,
that's
are
a
you
wonderful
amenable to
idea.
this?
Yes.
Very well.
15 or so minutes.
Captain, we
The
have
longer the better, as I'm still staring at my wife.
yes, and Harlock will address the Lady Marymore. Captain, if you would like, we do have some quarters upstairs in which you can have some privacy away from prying ears.
Yes, I would like a little bit of private time with my husband. And of course, the two
Bet
Marines
you
are like, and she goes, Lieutenant, I would like you both.
Happens to be on the
One of the
right.
Marines, one will accompany me. I don't necessarily, for safety's purposes, I'm sure you understand, Aloysius. We will start the inspection after my discussion with my dear husband.
Yes, that's a great idea. Yes, I think that's a wonderful idea. Well,
That's great. Sevens, if you want
as
to
long
use
as it needs, I think. Yes.
any of it, if you want to use your room, my room, any room, this is you take your pick.
Doesn't matter, really. As I walk this way,
And she and one of the
my
Marines
wife.
will accompany you. And she has not taken her eyes off of you the entire time.
Mhm. And I am struggling too. I know it doesn't look like it because of the filter I'm on, but it's I am also struggling to keep eye contact.
Aloysius, why are you staring at me like that?
And as
This
you are
filter, I thought it
walking
would
up,
be cool for my character, but now I really need to break up.
Nope. And there's this lieutenant there and a marine with you, Val, and the Harlock, and they're standing there a little bit awkwardly.
Oh, this is a wonderful opportunity.
Oop, would you look at that? I dropped my comms thing.
Harlock would address the marine. Yeah, so what's your name?
And he just looks at the lieutenant, and the lieutenant pipes goes, "Excuse me,
Have we left?
I'm
Sorry. Do we leave?
Lieutenant
Oh.
Grant."
Is there
of
just
the,
one
Har-
there? Who
there
all
are
is
two.
who all is here? Oh, okay.
You have
I-
a marine and a lieutenant, so like a marine grunt
okay.
with a rifle, who's there to sort of protect the inspection. They did not come in with there's a lot of there are probably a lot of marines on that ship, probably at least 8 to 10, and they only brought in 2 because it's probably going to be chill.
Me and the wife
Space
walk off.
Yes, up
Okay,
to
all right.
upwards, right to your.
This way.
Yes, yeah, they do.
Yes, after you. Yes,
Yes, you two. What do they call you?
I'm Lieutenant Grand of the Imperial cruiser, the Horatio Alger. You are the captain of this ship?
It would seem. Yes. Well, since there's going to be a little time, as you can see, we have a very specific and unique kind of ship. How would you like to take a look around?
Oh, yes, it's a Harrier class, isn't it?
Yes, but you'll find that there are many fine features that you won't find in many other Harrier classes.
Have you been through Ogma recently?
You know, we just came from Marduk, passed by Ogma, but didn't stop by. There
was a pirate attack in Ogma.
Was
A
there?
A ship called the Sisandai was traveling through Ogma and was attacked by a Harrier class, all black.
You know, when we were in Marduk, there was an attack also on the main station that was run by GDCO. My understanding is that normally hasn't happened there, but they attacked the station itself.
Captain, they did also deputize us.
They did.
Because of our aid and help in the potential rebellion that was occurring.
Wait, who deputized you?
Yes.
Val would present
So
the pad
what-
that has the digital, the NFT badge on it that you get.
Harla cannot bring herself to talk too much about it.
My hypocrisy goes
GDCO
on.
deputized you.
Yes, they
Oh.
did.
Oh, well, GDCO, they're a name that's quite reputable.
They are,
And
yes. Yes, they are.
Well, and if the Baron Marymore's aboard your ship, that would explain why they would. Makes you sort of trustworthy, I imagine.
We are indeed.
It's how long has the Baron been on this ship?
Well, you know, it's actually quite secretive business. Top secret kind of stuff. I apologize. You look very trustworthy, of course, but I would feel obliged to leave that to your own captain's discretion to share, of course.
And it is regulation. We do know, Captain. I don't mean, but we won't be mentioning this little stop on our logs, if that's okay.
We're going to be checking out everything. I have your transponder record here with me. I'm so sorry. And he just points up to where the Baron went with his wife.
15 minutes at the very least.
Okay. I'm so sorry. There's a bounty out on that pirate
bounty?
ship.
Interesting.
If you see it, you should, of course, and you capture that pirate ship, and you can take it in. GDCO has the details, and you can get your bounty from there.
Oh, wonderful. Well, no, thank you so much for the information. That's very useful.
Of course, of course. It's only a minor bounty. It was only one attack, but the ship stole a huge amount of antibiotics worth quite a lot of money.
Really?
Sort of stripped this ship as well.
I can't even imagine. That sounds horrific. I, for one, am
Yes,
horrified. Harlock would look at Val. I, for one, am horrified.
Oh,
yes,
as
they
am
took
I.
antibiotics and some spices, but we wouldn't normally care about this sort of. And like he keeps looking up to where they went, like I wonder what's happening over there.
Yeah.
Well, when we were in Marduk Station, they actually attacked the upper station.
They
But
did,
the
yes.
pirates.
The upper station. They're getting.
It was chaos.
I don't want to say anything, but I don't think a naval presence would be something that they would frown upon, even if it's just a drive-by. They
Yes,
are
the
suffering
gentleman
out
did
there.
mention it.
GDCO is losing profit.
Oh well. I
You know
will,
how they
tell
feel
the-
about that.
Yes, yes. I'll tell the captain. And it was this Harrier that did it. This pirate ship.
No. It was Ogman Raiders, they said, but I would
Oh.
suspect that this Harrier has to have something to do with it.
Yes. I would believe they're in cahoots.
Well, the attack did happen in Ogma space.
That clenches it for me personally.
I will let the captain know.
Yes. Would you, and I think I can do a roll to see if I can get a telepathic link to my buddy, my best friend. All right. Where is since my computer reset?
The buddy being me?
You are my other buddy, but you seem
Oh,
indisposed of at the moment, so
okay, all right.
I'll let you deal with that. Okay. That is 5, 4, 9, 10.
Oh yes. Please.
I'm pretty sure
make that
a trooper
connection.
in the future, all we need is 6. Isn't that what you said before?
Yes,
Because we
that
have
is
a
correct.
okay.
Yes, it is to make a routine connection between each other when you're all friendly style is pretty. It's not difficult to do at all.
Yeah, at that point, Harlock we'll leave Severance to his own device at the moment, but connect to Val. They're looking for the other drugs. We need to get those somehow.
The antibiotics
Hidden.
are gone.
I'm going to note for the record.
Did we keep some?
We
I'm
sold
going to note
all
for
of
the
the
record that you
antibiotics.
took.
Oh, we did.
They
Okay.
had 4 crates of antibiotics, legal antibiotics, and you have sold those. They
Okay.
also had 4 crates of illegal antibiotics, but the captain, the lieutenant, did not mention those. Just mentioned the very legal antibiotics that ship had.
Is it?
that were
I have a
stolen.
question about that. Is it?
Mhm.
Are they illegal in the sense that they are a type of antibiotic that is legal, or is it illegal in just that it was over the amount that they had registered? Like
Oh.
that, if they saw these other antibiotics, they'd be like, well, clearly
no,
these are the antibiotics.
Yeah. The drugs that you had were not antibiotics. The drugs that you took 2 things from them. You took legal drugs and illegal drugs from them because they were smuggling illegal drugs, but they also had in their cargo hold legal drugs and also spices, right? So they had a bunch of stuff, including legal drugs, which you also took from them. You took the illegal
Yeah.
drugs from them
The
and
illegals
also the legal.
were or were not antibiotics, though.
The illegal drugs were not antibiotics.
Okay,
The illegal
then
drugs
never
were
mind.
like basically cocaine. But
Oh!
the legal drugs were
Antibiotics for the
antibiotics.
mind. Got it.
But you sold those, so you do not actually
Okay.
have anything from the Sisendai on you. So
Okay.
nothing from the ship that
Cool.
you stole, except for the illegal drugs, do you have in your cargo hold. So if they had a register of the things that were stolen from the Sisendai, none of those things are on your ship. Now, the illegal drugs are on your ship, but they did not mention, the lieutenant did not mention that. I will also note that the Sisendai was not robbed by pirates in Ogma, it was robbed by pirates in Marduk, but they seem to be under the impression that the Sisendai was robbed by pirates
Yo.
in Ogma.
I'm not here to correct them. Also, and most importantly, they didn't mention anything about the Greaves.
Not at this moment. I know they're just talking about, they're making, the lieutenant's
Sure,
making
yeah,
small talk.
but that seemed to be a point that they were making. Like, I don't know where we're stopping for this thing, but this pirate thing happened. Anyway.
I was going to say the Harlock would hear in her mind, convince me not to tell them about the drugs.
um,
Before you answer, on the top ship, on the top floor of the ship, you take the lift up to the top floor, and you, Severance, and your wife and a Marine sort of come out upon that sort of hallway. And of course, from this space, when you come out of and actually I can make sure that our audience sees this as well, so they know it. When you come out of the lift, which, right, is up here, you can see the bridge. So this captain looks out, because the bridge has this beautiful balcony on it, right? The balcony that overlooks the bridge. So your wife can see
Allegedly.
Terica, and also Wesley up there, and also now Kareen, who's up there on the gunner spot just in case. And she looks at you all to see what's going on. Terica, you see the Baron with a Marine with a gun and armor, and a military, like a naval captain in a uniform. And this woman is got sort of gray hair, white gray hair, wavy with a blue streak, and she has got a sort of noble's rapier at her belt, sidearm as well.
As a point of clarification, I think they would have heard them coming up, and so they wouldn't be in the pilot seat. They would have made sure Wesley was, because reputations.
Absolutely.
But they would still they would just be like, hello?
And this woman looks straight to Wesley, and she just puts her finger up to her husband, just like this, in case he was going to say anything. And she
Sure wasn't. But she was expecting me probably too, because it's a habit that I probably would have had. What?
And she walks onto the bridge, right up to Wesley. And she says, "You are incompetent and should be fired." She just turns and walks back to where her husband is.
Fuck Wesley. Take that.
Insufferable man.
Aloysius, the
That was
private
it.
space
That
where we
was me. That was
speak.
Cord saying that to Wesley.
Yeah.
Yes. This way. This way. As I
She
lead.
stops and she looks back at Terica, narrows her eyes at Terica briefly. And you can see if she's trying to remember something.
Everything all right?
Yes. And she follows you, sort of taking her eyes off of Terica for a moment. I assume you take her to your quarters?
Yes. I take her to my quarters.
The second that she and Severance are gone, Terica will put their hand on Wesley's shoulder and say, "You are absolutely amazing, and do not listen to anything that woman has to say."
Who is she and why is she here?
Quick question out. You said she looked at me as if she knew me. Do I know her?
She looked at you as if you seemed familiar.
Oh, okay.
She's trying to place you.
Then Terica will just shrug and be like, "I don't know."
You have never seen her in your life. She seemed to... Something about you seemed familiar to her, it seemed.
But would I know that that's the captain's insignia on her shoulder? I would
Absolutely.
know what her rank is and that sort of thing.
Absolutely.
Okay. Then I think
Wesley's
that's
not been
what
on ships,
Terica
though.
would say.
So he doesn't know.
So they'll say, "Well, I don't know. A captain for sure. You could tell because of the 2 stripes on her shoulder.
Oh.
Just for the future, And I think noble bred, the way she held herself, they all try and do that.
Oh, okay. By the way, absolutely noble bread. Absolutely. Like that vibe
Yeah.
is very strong. Very strong. And
I think Tarika tried to hide theirs. Like
Yeah.
they intentionally like hunched everything over and they were just
Mhm.
like,
And Baron, when the door closes in your room, and you two, she keeps the Marine outside, so he's posted outside of the door, so you two can talk in private. Would you like to defend yourself? Is my first question.
Would I want to defend myself?
Oh no.
Yes.
Is she going to attack me physically? Or is she about
She's
to
going
just...
to slap you in the face.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. The minute the door shuts, she
What is that
hauls
about?
off and slaps you right across the face. Hard. Not enough to do any damage to you, but hard.
Yeah. I'll take one. Get wrecked. I'm taking 1 damage. Okay.
Aloysius?
Please stop calling me that in here. Please.
Where have you been?
I need you to get me out of here.
Where is the jewel?
Did you not hear what I just said?
Before we
you
have that discussion,
To get me out of
dear.
here. Yes.
Where is the jewel?
They took it.
Did they?
Yes.
Did they? You want me to believe that you are the victim here? After what you've done?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. I have been looking for you for quite some time, dear.
Here I am. We can leave now.
Do you think it would be that easy?
Of course not.
Let's discuss that banquet. You arrived. I hadn't seen you in a bit. You had been traveling. You arrived out of sorts. And then the next thing I knew, you were gone, as were the baronial jewel.
You think I stole it?
Yes, I do. Why?
You wouldn't understand.
There are quite a few things about you that I don't understand, dear. Why did you empty out all of our funds? Do you know how much time it took me to rebuild after you stole things from me? Over a great amount of time, as it turned out, slowly embezzling from me. Why? Years.
Does it matter what I say?
I have questions about war crimes. Now, there was no war. About your experimentations. How many people did you kill? Did you experiment on?
Where are you reading this?
After you left, I've been tracking you down. I found your notes.
Did you?
You were always a brilliant scientist. Smart. What you did to the people of our planet for what? Your strange cloning experiments? How many people did you kill to do whatever fantasy we're trying to do?
None. I didn't kill any. I've created hundreds. Lives.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. You've always been a megalomaniac.
Look. War crimes to you and the Imperium, so be it. But I can't live this lie of needing to swear my fealty to a people that... You know, I always wanted a family, yes?
Yes, I know. But you know that my career makes that difficult. I think it's unfair of you to bring this up again.
I'm not blaming you.
You've done
just-
so often?
I've never tried to blame you for it. I'm only... The experiments and the war crimes were not necessarily about any sort of militaristic campaign for the Imperium. It was so I could be the father figure I've wanted.
Please
We could
do
both.
not...
What?
Aloysius. Do not
We could discuss
try.
more when I'm on the ship. I don't need to be here. I would rather go home with you than stay another day with these people, these thieves.
You are blaming our lack of children
I'm not blaming anything.
for the murders that you have done,
Murders? What
in
are you
our
talking
home?
about?
For the amount of money you've stolen from me over the last 15 years?
I do not know of what murders you speak.
You can continue trying to hide it. And you are quite believable. But I have read your diaries in your own hand, where you explain
Say,
how
I mean,
you
what did I write?
picked up villagers, children, to extract their... I don't know all the details, the cells. You can figure out how to reproduce and clone, and it was...
I did that. I did that. I did that.
Why would... It was
did
over
those things.
100 people from our village, and you said start with older people to try to get this to work, and then younger and younger. And now you want to blame me for this. Aloysius.
I'm not blaming you. Life has a way of taking you down different paths. You know what I've learned when I'm out here in the stars?
No, what?
One, how majestic it is that you get to just do this for a living. And two, how interesting jumping from one point to another is. I'm about to get really nerdy here. I thought you wouldn't care. From one jump to another, we are... Look at me like that. From one jump to another, we are rippling time around us. We are moving from one point to another into a new space. Who's to say that that space is the same reality that we once left? If the multiverse exists, which indeed it
No, you
does,
cannot do this.
then hear me out. Each jump, we're leaving past something in the past. We're leaving one of these worlds and one of these realities to another. But that is just our ship going from this one, yours, from one to another. But that's location. I'm talking realities. Honey, we don't need a ship for you and I to move on into a different reality where this works.
Give me your hand.
He undoes a glove and he reaches it out. It's probably more scarred than she's seen. But he continues.
She looks right in the web between your thumb and your forefinger, and she looks very closely. And she says, that small fleck is still there. There's no multiverse. You're Aloysius, who smiled as we met people and all along.
You mistake what I mean, honey. I'm not saying that I'm a different person. I'm not saying that you're a different person. We will stay as the same people. We just need to transgress into one of the many infinitesimal realities that are happening simultaneous to this moment. It just matters if you want to take me with you into a reality of forgiveness, maybe?
Aloysius, you did not confide in me, and you did not take me with you. You took the baronial jewel given to me down the line of my family.
It was the only way I could get out of the Imperium.
And you never
It's the
talked
only
to me
way I
about
could
it.
stay safe.
Aloysius, I should arrest you and take you in. You are wanted.
Why don't you? Take me home.
They will execute you. For what you've done.
So you'd rather just leave me here?
I have an inspection to do, Aloysius.
You don't have to. You could take me and we can leave. You can leave. You can take me with you. We can go back. The Imperium can do whatever it is that they want to have happen to me, whatever they want to do, and whatever you want them to do to me. You don't have to worry about me anymore.
Aloysius, I'm out here looking for something very dangerous. There's
I could come with you.
I'm going to ask you this. When I search your ship, or the Harlock ship that you are what?
What are you
First
looking
officer
for?
on, something like this?
Yeah.
Am I going
Something
to
like
find...
The Baron's jewel?
Will I? That wasn't my question, though. I want to know, are you mixed up in all of this with the White Rabbit?
Is this the dangerous thing you are out here doing? The White Rabbit?
I need to know. Are you
I've never heard
involved?
of the I've never heard of the White Rabbit.
The White Rabbit is very dangerous.
Okay, I believe you. I'll steer clear. I mean, why don't you could just take me with you? I don't have to worry about any of this.
I'm going to do my inspection, as is my orders, Aloysius.
From who?
Command, of course. We're trying
Do they
to
even
stop
know?
something.
Do they even know you stopped us?
We're stopping everyone.
Don't report it. And I'm out. Then I'm safe. I don't have to get executed. And then maybe, who knows, maybe we'll meet on the stars some other time.
I'm going to ask you this one question. What could you say to convince me not to take you back?
I want you to take me back. But I see in your eyes you don't want me to go.
Part of me wants to take you back. But if I do
Do
that,
it.
it will only be... They will kill you.
I see.
You are wanted for what you've done to all those people, the torture, the experimentation.
What are you going to tell them out there? The Marine, the people you came in with, the ones who saw me.
I know. That I was mistaken. Probably.
Do they believe that?
I don't know. I will say that you are one of the clones.
And what?
That the search goes on. I can tell you're not one of the clones because of the mark on your hand.
Right.
Let's go. We have to do this inspection.
What are you doing? This doesn't have to be official.
You have never respected my job. I don't know if you've ever respected me, Aloysius.
I'm trying to respect you now by seeing that you are distraught and every moment you are on this ship is pain for you.
Yes. Come.
And I don't want my wife to be in pain. So, you can just leave us, leave me and the ship. Forgo whatever it is and move on to the next. And call it in as
if I do not do this search,
an anomaly.
my crew will know. I hate you.
No.
I cried for months.
Sorry.
I married a monster.
You can leave the monster whenever. I don't mean to be an embarrassment. I just wanted to help the Imperium. And then when they didn't want to help me,
Are
Is there
you
anything I
on
can do?
this ship with the child of that Drinaxian noble woman?
Yes.
I see. I see.
But I don't know of who you're
No.
talking about.
You were having an
I-
affair with that noble woman.
No.
Yes. Yes, you were. And now you're on this ship with that noble woman's child?
First of all, they are no woman. And two, that is not true, and you're assuming this.
Lady Hill is definitely a woman.
What?
What is
I
your
am-
relationship with her child? What was her child's name?
Then I don't know who you're referring to.
Serene?
I am not I'm not having any affair or any leagues with anyone. I want you to take me out of here because I do not like this life. This style of living, of moving from one job to the next, ferrying people from one jump point to another. It's hell.
Well.
It's majestic, yes, but it starts to wash off you. I'd rather
I
go
think
back to the Imperium. I'd rather go back with you. But
perhaps
you
this
don't
is
want
what you
that.
deserve.
Is that what I deserve? Or is
You might deserve
staying
more.
here what I deserve?
We're going on this inspection
Why?
because it is my job.
And it was my job as a husband to try to make you happy, and I'm still trying to do that. You are not happy here. You're not even happy talking to me. I am the ship's quartermaster. If you want to continue this inspection, then you will be talking with me for the next however long it takes.
Well, then let's do this quickly, shall we?
You don't need to look at me if you don't want.
Good. I want you to know that I spoke to the parents of each of those children that you murdered, and the children of each of the parents that you murdered, and I had to make restitution and explain what you did over and over.
Where did you read the murder? Because it's false.
I know your handwriting. And I saw the lab. Come.
Are we really doing this? Are we really doing this inspection?
Yes, we're doing this inspection. We'll get it over with very quickly.
Very well. Is there anything else you want to say while we're here? You know what? You don't have to. I could tell what it is already.
She puts her hand on your chest before you sort of like go to that door.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm gonna
it
grab it
starts
with
kind
both
of
of my hands.
harsh. Yeah, and then it like softens a bit. And she leans in and she gives you a slight kiss. But
I don't deserve that.
there's a tear. You don't. But you should know they're coming for you.
Well, so just so you know, the crew calls me Severance.
All right. Severance. And they step out, and this captain looks over to where Tarika is at. And peers at them a little bit closer. And says, Tareen, I think, Lady Tareen. Please give your mother my regards.
We are not on speaking terms.
And she looks up at Severance, then looks at you and goes, unlikely. And there's this like super intense look of pain and betrayal on her face.
Tarika looks over at Severance, and then they look back at her and say, I don't know what he did to you, but he is an insufferable man, and I'm sorry you had to suffer through it.
That's not how you should speak about your father.
What?
She walks towards the elevator.
I think for a moment there's a brief eye contact and confusion.
Yeah, Tarika looks
Severance dips.
utterly confused. Like, but rather than that's not, like, no, they have enough breeding that they just like close the mouth. We need more information about how this happened.
Only we had someone who could do that.
If only there was a way to test some sort of
Some
genetics.
genetics. or
What?
some sort
Who
of
might have
marker.
that ability here?
Sue indeed. Who indeed?
And as those two make their way down with their marine back to the hold,
I imagine you enter the scene and like there Val, Harlock, and the two are standing around like, no, it really happened. Completely nude. And acting as if he was wearing clothes. It was the most curious thing I've ever seen.
Hate the
Ooh.
story.
Val, you just hear a little tickle in your ear.
Sure.
Just a little tickle in your ear. I don't know. Seems dangerous. I wonder what they'd look like bleeding.
He will answer the voice in his head that is not that one. We need to tell him about the drugs.
Voice responds, I have seen the way that you go and put yourself at risk for others, the way that you, for whatever reason it is, seem to want to heal and bring peace and even keep people from dying, whether or not they deserve it, which is far better than I. I cannot begin to tell you the kind of death and destruction that will fall if the Imperium gets its hands on this drug, they will come after Drinax. They will come after anyone who stands against them. They will come after the Zodani. They will come after us. They will come after everyone.
Harlock, they're not going to do any of that. For every 100 that take it, 99 are going to burn out.
All it will take is one. And the
And we can
chaos will be
stop one.
immeasurable.
We're not going to be able to stop anybody if we're behind bars. There's one person gets amped up by the side drugs. My friend, you and I can stop one person.
We can stop more than one person, but as it stands, I can't be in the room with these drugs.
I can.
You just hear like some sort of grumbling.
And the captain walks up with Severance and joins you all.
Welcome
Captain.
back, Captain. And
Thank you.
hope your meeting was productive.
Yes.
Very
I'm sorry,
productive.
it was a mistake. It turns out this is one of the clones. A third one, as it turns out. And
Third.
the lieutenant nods. Yes.
I encountered one myself, Captain.
Did you? Where?
Saw them in a port. Thought it was somebody that I had recognized before and crossed traffic.
Well, you should keep your eyes out. The
Sorry.
person who's the original is a war criminal who murdered 125 people.
125, really?
Oh my God.
Tortured
What can we do
them.
to assist, Captain? This is dire business you speak of.
This person escaped with a lot of money, but more importantly, the Merrymore baronial jewel. It's about so large.
Oh, that seems like a hard piece to escape with.
Yes, it's always warm to the touch. Has a bit of an inner glow.
Hmm.
And it is
Doctor.
important to the Merrymore family.
Of
Reach
course.
over and grab the manifest from our doctor, who usually probably has all of the inventory of our cargo. I'll take care of this one.
Yes, well, you can rest assured that we will certainly keep our eyes peeled for both this important jewel of yours as well as this war criminal.
If you find this war criminal, you can report in it in a GDCO high port. They have regular contact with the Imperium.
Indeed. Well, I can assure you that it sounds like this person will have gotten just as they deserve.
Yes.
It feels
should
really
know.
weird because it's like you're talking about me, but I'm right here. It's like it's like you're. I want to feel like I'm involved in this conversation. It just feels awkward. I know that it's not necessarily.
Harlock would turn. What do you think should happen to this war criminal, Severance?
Okay, now it's weird. It was weird before, but then now I've got to, because it sounds like it's not me, but it is me, but it's not me.
Indeed.
You know,
This person?
so I would probably have them. What are war crimes? They killed 125 people.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd
Of
probably
their
say
own
maybe
people,
their
as a
own
matter of
people.
fact.
Yes, their own people. Yes, yes. There is. I'd probably hang maybe, or whatever they do in the Imperium.
And they shamed their wife for not being able to bear children.
And I'm sure he's very sorry about that.
That
Had
is
an
awful.
affair with someone else.
I'm not entirely sure if that one's true.
And was then the father to someone else and always compared me to that person.
Should probably get along with
That-
this inspection, right? So
That
this is the cargo.
indeed sounds like something worthy of a firm punishment.
Val
What
would
do you
raise
have?
his hand.
Yes.
I believe your lieutenant has the deputy registration that GDCO gave us in Marduk.
Oh,
Um,
no. Yes.
Hopefully that can make things go faster. We just have mineral freight and these
Yes.
grebes and some passengers. We can show you the passenger manifest. It seems
Yes,
to be
please.
troubling you.
Let me have the passenger manifest.
You would
We're
indicate
looking
for
for
severance.
2 women.
Yes, they are in here. Somewhere
Let me
there.
see.
Should we continue the inspection, or are we good with just right here, standing here? Do you not want
Give me the manifest.
to? Well,
Clone.
I'm sending it to you now. As I sort of
She sort of pulls up the manifest.
airdrop it. Yeah.
I'm going to need a roll.
Yeah. Of course, that makes sense. A lot of things have
Yes.
happened.
I'm going to need a roll.
Persuasion. Survival.
Mm.
Street drugs.
I'm
Luck.
going to need a roll from more than one person, I think.
Okay, that's super fair.
Yes.
Carouse. Canoodle. No, that's not one.
Why
Slightly
not
different
both?
one. Why not both? I would like to know.
Oh, it took us 15 minutes.
We're not giving them the drugs is what Harlock would hear. And we're not giving them the women.
You get kind of
some
the
deception.
same thing as like a mental shrug.
Just really anything from me. Any of my good skills.
And I need some
Jack of all
aiding
trades.
helps as well.
Administration or deception.
Mhm,
I can aid you with deception.
mhm.
Okay. I did do one earlier during that conversation, that scene we had edited
Yes,
10.
I
Do
did
you
see
want to
it.
keep that one and want a new one? Or actually, that one's going to be the deception, and I'll give you an admin
Mhm.
now for my clipboard handling. And this,
Mhm.
like the inspection part, right? So I think
Yep.
just for my own sake and to make sense of this, the deception role that I did earlier was for that conversation, that scene we just did.
Yes.
And then now
Yes.
this one is going to be for this bullshit. Okay, cool. And I'm going to can I do social admin? It's
Yes,
probably
you may.
mostly because I'm
Because it
some
should be
prob-
social, because this is really actually about
really
some
just me about
interpersonal relationships going on right now.
yeah, it's mostly a social admin skill anyway, and how I'm handling this admin work with the
Mhm,
blanket and weight of social stuff on it. Okay, here it is.
mhm.
And you are going to help me, and you aren't going to help me. What's happening? Did someone helping me? You're helping
Some
me
help
with no
from
one's helping me.
the
You can only help
doc.
me with intel, right?
I can help you with intellect deception if that
Yeah.
boosts what's.
That is fine. Yes.
That doesn't, because what was that? You just give me a +1 on intellect? I'm
Well,
doing
he has to roll
social
it.
admin. Yeah, I'm doing social admin. Okay.
He can do intellect. He can do intellect deception. That is fine to aid you.
That is a 15.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
dang.
All right, sweet. So he's
Okay.
doing
Okay.
intellect deception to aid
You
me
get a
with my
+3.
admin social. All right. And then I'm going to add up 3.
I don't believe we had those people on board. 2 women traveling together.
Yes. 2 women
17.
traveling together
No
by
boon, right?
themselves.
We have a family. We have people that are no women. Family, but no pair walking together.
Let me see your manifest. Severance,
think-
was it?
Val would hear in his mind, if you're having a hard time with this, imagine this multiplied beyond your wildest dreams. Nightmares.
I can do my own math, is what you'd hear back.
She looks over your manifest. I see here you have a couple with 3 children. But she stops for a moment.
Is she reading this and her eyes are down? I'm looking up
Yeah.
at my friends and seeing what they're thinking and
The
trying
slightest shake of
Body
Val's
language.
head in the negative. Yep.
I see you have some other people here, no birth. You have, oh, interesting.
Yes.
Mostly refugees. My good friends, Jaeger heirs.
Yes, I see you have the Duke. I heard he was going on his safari.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can fetch him for you if
Is he
you'd
the,
like.
is he the one in low berth? Is he? No, he's.
We're running late. We're supposed to be
Or have a-
hunting a Theban lion as we speak.
Oh,
Yes,
well,
but I'm sure he'd be thrilled to see you if you'd like.
I really have no need.
We can get him.
Speak
We
with
can
him,
call
sir.
him right
Yeah,
now.
he's
No,
very close by.
No,
I
no,
don't
I
know
do
if-
not need. It's.
Yeah, necessary.
Oh, yes. What? Good friend. She's like, no. I do not need to speak with him now. Please.
I don't think that's a good idea.
No, let us walk. It's fine.
I think she's
We're on
got
the
more
lookout for.
important things
Let me
to do.
just. Scanner, please. And she takes the scanner from her lieutenant, and she sort of walks quickly through your cargo,
Beep, beep, beep.
and it starts. It starts like she's clearly scanning
Yeah.
for a ping, but you can also tell, because you all rolled very well, that she is off her game.
Oh yeah.
A little distracted, one might say.
Yeah.
She's a little distracted. And
Trooper, that
And
is
as she
the
does,
most
I am-
fate thing you've said in Traveler so far. You've applied like an aspect to the off her game. I love it.
this is yes. Is anyone
I'm going to
walking with
follow her. Yeah, I'm going to walk
Yes.
with her. I'm going to try to.
Would it be helpful if we
Make this
just
as
like
comfortable
from
as
the
I
other
can.
side of the room just ping, ping?
Is everything
Oh,
all
is that
right?
what you're listening for?
Is everything okay? As I.
You
Yeah,
do not
just-
get to ask me that. Because of your roles, when you say that, you're passing by the grebes, and a signal like blips on her scanner, but she doesn't see it, but she's looking at you. And she's walking quickly because she's clearly not happy about this situation. And as she walks past these grebes, it's like a proximity signal. By the time her eyes go back to the scanner, you've passed by the grebes that had the mules, and the
Mhm.
signal on the scanner, like it's like in the scanner that you had in Aliens, where you could like see the movement. And by the time her head goes back to look at the scanner, that little symbol has just already collapsed.
Is there anything else that we need to do here before we go back to everyone else?
No. We are looking for
A
Animals.
white rabbit.
yes, that
Rabbits.
organization is becoming a problem. Aloysius, it doesn't seem as if there's anything here. I
Severance, I'm sorry.
don't want to be in your presence anymore. It hurts a little
Get
bit
that?
too much.
I get that. It's probably really awkward considering I'm just. But yes.
Especially knowing that they are up there as your co-pilot. Severance.
Sorry. Still don't know what you're talking about.
And she turns and she finishes the loop and comes back around to the doctor and the Harlock.
I'm probably just dragging names in different boxes. Not really sure what I'm doing.
Yes, Captain.
The Harlock, Captain Harlock.
Did you find
Captain...
what you were
the
looking
Harlock?
for?
No, we are looking for grebes, but these are not the ones.
Yeah, it's an easy mistake to make. They're all very hard to tell apart.
Captain, if you were looking for grebes, there were a ton of them at the GDCO station in Marduk.
There
There
were,
was
yes.
A lot that wanted
I-
gone, but we didn't have much space, so.
Refugees.
Yes,
Refugee
we
grebes,
were
if you will.
looking for someone coming from Marduk.
What did they do?
Uh,
If you might ask.
Well, they
What
are...
did they Marduk? Sorry, this is my thing. I'm the pun clone.
Yes, The one that you are a clone of always used to make the worst puns.
Oh, good. Well, I'm going to continue doing this with this over here, I think.
Yes. There,
Yes, perhaps if we know more, we can keep an eye out and send you any
if
information.
you see 2 women,
Hmm.
they are presenting themselves as high-class tourists, but who have won a flock of grebes in some sort of lottery, was the story they've been giving.
Hmm.
The grebes themselves are contaminated with illness and need to be confiscated.
Hmm.
So if you see them, please alert GDCO and they will alert us.
Of course.
Are there any other crimes that we should be aware of? We do quite a bit of passage in this system.
That's true.
If you see them,
They're dangerous.
yes, they are.
Murder?
Yes, they are. And you can tell that she's having a hard time not letting her gaze drift towards Severance. Here. And she sends a signal off, and it hits the Harlock's comms.
Hmm.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Yes, of course. Best of luck on your search.
Yes. The captain. I'm so sorry. Captain.
Many
I
make
would
that
not
mistake.
recommend you enter Imperial space.
Yes. No, we try to stay to the open pathways.
Yes. And
And just so we're clear, we're not in Imperial space, right? Well, this isn't
no,
what we would call
at least
Imperial
not
space.
at the moment. And also Severance, I suppose it is.
Yes, please.
It would be in your best interest if I do not. If I ever find the one that you're a clone of, I will take him in.
Understood. I will. I wish I could let him know. I don't really have a hive mind or something where
Yes.
I could let him know. But if I see him, I will let. Sure.
Lieutenant, come. And she and Lieutenant Grand and the 2 Marines get into their airlock.
Right before she leaves, can Val intercept the captain? Not like block her, impede her path, but
Absolutely.
in
Yes,
one
Doctor.
of the
Privately
most...
or like with us there?
No, not with you all there. This is private.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Harlock would want to talk to Severance at some point too. So as they
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
leave,
totally.
In one of the most genuine things that Val has ever said, almost waiting for the guards to either be too far away behind her or too far away in front of her,
Yeah.
he would say, "Your story, you said, Captain, I do not mean to overstep, but if you ever knew anyone that was having problems having children, I happen to be in possession of a technology that greatly aids in such recuperation." And he would not wait for an answer, but hand her his like clear contact card for the band net that goes everywhere that has to be carried and all that stuff.
Yep.
He would give her
Yep.
the contact pod for that.
And she sort of looks as it pulls up, and then she sort of looks over at Severance with like this deep sorrow in some ways. She says, "Thank you, Doctor. What was your name?"
Dr. Valentine Morrissey, but my friends call me Val.
You were the one who came up with that cure for that strange plague a few years ago, I think.
I had a couple dots connected for me.
Yes, your reputation precedes you, Doctor.
My reputation is not the conversation, but if you ever run across someone, like you mentioned in your story, it could help.
Yes. Thank you. But such a
Thank you.
person would need to have a husband fit to be a father. And she steps into the airlock.
He closes the door behind him after a nod.
That leaves the Harlock and Severance in the hold by themselves.
Yeah, it's whenever able to, Harlock would get to where can talk to Severance. Severance.
Yes, he's probably eyeballing the manifest.
What
I think we're
What happened?
good. I think
what happened with you and the woman?
we're gonna be all right. I think they should be leaving now, and then we can fly free.
Yes, indeed we can. But what did you two talk about?
Got us out of here. I don't know what there is to talk about.
She
I would like to discuss this more when they are not mag-locked to the ship.
Indeed. Well, I presume, of course, the Baroness Namor is a quite the capable woman, and would certainly know which of the people she crosses is a clone and which one is not.
Of course. She would know every inch.
Yes. And I think Severance would just barely see like a Harlock's eyes just kind of flick down toward his hands. Well.
You're now gloved.
Interesting, you always wear those gloves. So weird. Go on.
Interesting.
You have no questions as of your last meeting, then, I presume? Everything square?
My last meeting with what?
With the Baron's wife.
No questions at all. At least not yet. I
Hmm.
would still discuss this when.
Yes, of course.
Not just right over there.
Well, enough time has passed. They are on their own ship. The voices don't travel quite that.
That was happening. Are they gone? I thought they were like just.
They are
over
gone.
there.
No, they're gone. They're
okay,
not
they're
there.
gone. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And like you could
I
hear,
thought they were like still
Yeah,
attached to the ship. And I was
and you
like,
can hear
"Are we
the
wait a second?"
Mavlock detach,
Okay.
right? Because they've moved enough, and this ship is slowly.
And we probably hear like Tiger be like, "We're all clear," or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like
It's just
Terrica,
like Harlock's like,
Yeah,
I
and I'm
know
like-
if you're upset about her being that close, we don't talk about this right now.
That's what I was just like, I'm right over there.
You just-
I thought this was happening at the same time Val was having this conversation.
No, they're gone. They've
Yeah,
left.
okay.
I
Okay.
wonder
Far away.
exactly how the clone of the Baron Marymore got on Drinax. I just wonder why Drinax. So weird. So weird.
Mm.
Hmm.
What
Oh.
strange questions.
I love you. This is so great, Trooper. So this is what happened. If you really want to know.
I do.
She thinks that I am him,
Mm-hmm.
but she thinks it is a punishment to leave me be here and not to take me back to my the Imperium.
Isn't it?
So I was able to, grease that squeaky wheel and continue it rolling down the hill of whatever she was believing. So I just played along. Yes. Oh, sorry. Of course. Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't kill all those people. I don't know. I guess he did. I'm not sure. Anyway, the guy's long gone. We don't ever have to worry about him, and now we just don't need to ever have to worry about her. And now she's off our ship. And did you see how much she didn't even give a shit about the inspection? Oh, the thing being
Yes.
right by the greaves too.
That was incredibly clever on your part. Very
Fortunate.
fortuitous.
Oh my God.
Severance, do you remember? And voice would very much lower and kind of lean in. Do you remember when we went to that ball?
Fuzzy, yes. A lot of my memories around that time get a little weird.
Yes,
For some
I
reason.
know.
Yes.
Well, what? Just to refresh my own memory, what's the next thing you remember after that?
I remember we went to the ball
Mm-hmm.
for what was it? We went to I remember you there. That's where we met.
It is.
And then
We went and you did cross paths with Ernest Barrymore.
yes. Well,
You-
yes, of course, because I was
Yes.
posing as who she thinks I was. And
Do you remember going into the quarters afterward?
no. What happened? Our quarters? You and me? Did that happen?
No.
That didn't happen.
No. We were trying to obtain some things from the Miramore residence, and in part of this, you went back into their personal
Makes
quarters,
sense.
and
Makes a lot of sense.
as it would happen, a little bit of our intel was not exactly accurate. The Baron wasn't gone, Severance. You went back, and he was there.
Yes. And then
Severance, he killed you.
doesn't make sense. I'm right here. I'm standing here.
Yes, indeed you are.
The Baron didn't kill me. I would be dead. Doesn't make any sense. Right.
Listen, I don't.
And then there was Shepard. You know my friend Shepard, yes?
I do. Yes.
I remember waking up. This is where then it gets all fuzzy, and then I remember waking up in Shepard's apartment. In his lab.
Yes, that was some weeks later.
I don't.
When you woke up, I'm curious, did you feel different at all? Did you feel?
Well, yes, I felt like I had scars and scabs on my body. I had this weird birthmark on my finger.
Yes. Well,
Takes off the glove and looks at the scar on the webbing.
Very small. It's like a very, very super tiny.
So, what I know when I arrived into the room. There was a scuffle, and I had to subdue the guards. You know, as happens, and I came in, but at that point, you know, and I I knew you as we'd spent some time prepping for the mission beforehand, and
By Severance.
yes, yes,
Okay, yes, not by
Um,
Aloysius.
yes. Aloysius, or at least as it seemed, was standing over whom I knew to be Severance. He was run through. Not really sure how to put this. I was going to. I was going to attack you. I apologize. I thought
Probably
you
should have.
Yes.
I think
When I went,
I'm Severance.
well, yes, I went in your brain to do a telepathic attack, but once I went in, it was indeed you, Severance.
Thank you. Yes, that's what I thought.
However,
Confused there. I'm still Severance, and I've always been Severance.
yes, this is. You must understand, this is not something that happens. This is not something that I myself nor any other Zodani has ever encountered before. The ability to completely switch has happened here.
Oh,
Right before the body of Severance died, you, the person that I know, the person who stands here, did something. So, as a manner of speaking, yes, we
so you're
will
telling me
not have to deal with Aloysius, so to speak.
because I killed him.
Yes. Well, he, technically speaking, he killed you. You just happened to switch with him right before you actually died.
I didn't kill him, and then he. Yes.
No.
Either way, it doesn't matter, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm here now.
it's semantics, but yes, he, as it turns out, he
This isn't
had years
even
of
phone body.
training.
I'm in his body.
Yes, you are.
That explains the birthmark.
Yes, and also why you
That was
don't
just
have any of your
brilliant
old
biogenetics.
scars or any of the things that you grew up with. You are indeed he was you when you passed. He passed.
That explains a lot of that interaction. And he sort of looks at the airlock of where the captain walked out of.
Yes, technically speaking, that you are embodying exactly who her husband would have been.
Would explain why I still have these.
Yes, I don't know. Well, I guess if you're on his body, I suppose you would need those. I always thought they were just
How I look.
for show. Yeah, no, they're fine. They look very sharp.
They're not from me. I think I don't even
Yeah, can you?
think my eyes were crossed.
Yeah, can you see without them?
No, not at all. I was wearing them during the entire conversation with her because it felt like that's what he would wear. They were his.
Yes. As an aside, can you normally not see?
No, I can see. I can see fine. I've got 20/20 vision.
Okay,
Can't you see
well
by me
that's.
staring at you all the time?
I found it to be a little eerie, but I thought that was just
Good.
'cause you were looking in the
That's what I was
direction of my
going
voice.
This would be about the time that the doctor would emerge about where you're at from.
Right. There's a
Back at the
perfect
end.
perfect
Harlock
timing
would
there.
stop the conversation. But yes, you
Then
did
what?
a very fine job back there getting us out of a very
That's right, I did. It's funny how
peculiar
you
situation.
could do the old switcheroo of
Yes,
someone
well,
else's.
Well, if you were
Drama.
ever to have any questions or anything like that about the paperwork or manifesting your manifests, you know where to find me. Harlock just turns and starts to walk away.
I have no questions. I do the admin work. Anyway, goodbye. Thank you.
As you all make it up back to the top, Tarika.
Hmm?
You hear they're on their way up. You hear it. And there is Marceau He goes, we have arrived, see, in the Thebes system. I know we don't have so many hours left before you drop
Who's
us
this
off.
guy?
And
Who's
And,
Marceau?
he's your tradesman who's one of your passengers. I
Cool.
I
all
noticed it was about lunchtime, and I wanted to give a bit of a celebration for arriving at this place. But for everyone, would it be all right if we all have the
Oh.
lunch together?
Well,
Oh,
yes, I'm
important.
sure. Well, except for probably the Count, he might still want to take his lunch by himself. You know how they are.
Yes,
But I think that would be delightful. I just need to undock us and start.
Oh, yes. Of course,
but
of course.
yes. Oh, by
If
any
it-
chance, are my gloves done, or more time?
That is for lunch. The lunch I want to give.
Oh,
They celebrate to give you gloves, and this is a celebratory, well, out of jump space lunch. It's all right?
oh yes, that would be lovely. I'll be right down. I'm sure Val could help find.
Wonderful. I will set up everything at the table for the presents for you all.
How lovely. Well, I'll be right down.
And he goes down this ship towards where that your galley space is, where you all sort of your sort of meeting space to sort of set up for the joyous, because everyone is so happy sort of moment as the rest of the crew sort of emerge from the lift, and you get a ping, Tarika.
They'll look down at their comm.
A message has come through. It's a photograph.
Who would be trying to message me? The only people who care about me really are on this ship.
Yes, but a different ship is not that far away, is still within comms reach. The one that, and they're just kind of, they're staying here, as a matter of fact, because they're still on a stakeout.
Just right over there.
Fair.
Right over
We
there.
see you.
What
And
what does this image look like that I'm staring at right now?
As you're going for like the joyous lunch, where everyone's gonna have like a great lunch and have a
Yeah.
great time. Nice.
Yeah.
It's just a photograph.
Okay.
It's cool. It's of your
Yeah,
mother.
Oh, interesting. Great. That always puts me in a good
old.
mood.
Yeah, it's quite old. It's not a new photograph. You can tell because your mother's much younger.
Yeah.
It's the photograph is on the floating palace though.
Oh.
It's a little slightly sort of candid, and your mother is talking to someone in this photograph. It looks like sort of like an official sort of a welcome, right? Like a sort of like a one of those kind of welcomes you do in
yeah.
in like a sort of diplomatic sort of thing.
Her favorites.
Although a little bit off, right? Like there's something a little bit about your mother's stance that's a little less haughty than normal. And the man is Severance, but in full sort of baronial, imperial baronial gear.
His tiny glasses and his jeweled turban are also being
Yes.
worn.
Yes. Tiny glasses, jeweled turban, brilliant, like blood red shirt underneath him. And
It's probably white. This
Oh, it
one.
is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's a starched white shirt. And he's leaning over to kiss the fingertips of your mother, as is the proper custom. And he looks the exact same age as Severance now. Even though this is clearly a couple decades old, this photograph. And it's just the way in this photograph that this Baron is kissing your mother's fingertips that just feels a little inappropriate. It's
Is
not
he like
obvious.
lingering? Like it's a second longer than you
Yeah.
need to really be kissing the
Yeah.
fingertips,
Mm-hmm.
and she's not pulling her hand away.
Mm-mm. And your father is there in the photograph, but not paying attention, looking somewhere else. And the photograph itself is like it's not like a still photograph. It has a little bit of motion to it. Like it's like a couple of seconds of time. It's like a little like it's not a video, but it's sort of like a video, but it's only like a like 7 seconds of motion because these photographs it's the future.
Can I respond to the person who sent me this photograph? Who I assume is the captain.
It was the captain.
Yeah. She would stir that pot.
She does not like your mother very much. It's
I think I'm beginning to see why. The response Tarika would send is simply, "Thank you. I appreciate you sharing this moment with me. How did you acquire this information?"
I assume you are flying away from that ship, yes?
Yeah.
She does not respond.
As Tarika, they'd been like walking down the hallway, right?
Yeah, and Wesley's like, you're basically on autopilot, but Wesley's like sitting there in the pilot seat, like,
Presumably with strict instructions to touch nothing and call Tarika
Yes.
if anything happens.
Yes.
I think they did though. They patted his arm and they were like, here's like the things to look out for. Like, you're a pilot in training now. Like, don't touch anything. But like they tried to like help train him a little bit. But I think as they're like walking down this hallway and they stop, see this thing, their face gets like really just quiet for a long minute before they slowly like type out that message, not knowing if they're going to have if it's even going to be received, because we are moving away, right?
Yep.
And then under their breath, they just quietly mutter, "Fuck." And instead of going to where the party is going to be, they head down to where Val's lab is. And they send a message to Val of like, that just simply says, "I could use your help if you have a minute. I'm in your lab."
So the rest of you all have been invited to the sort of the group area for a lunch. Val, the Harlock, Severance, all of you all have been invited to that space. Lunch has been provided by your auto chef, and you're all gathered. There's some presents in boxes. And as you're there waiting, Marceau is there, and he's like, "I'm so glad that you are here."
Trooper, I'm sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. I'm going to interrupt.
Please.
I'm going to go ahead and
Get
say
wrecked.
this. Yeah. This is a couple hours later, considering we have to pull forward at least 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like to do something before we have our lunch. Right before I have lunch.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What would you like to do?
The scene would come up in low berth.
That's happening while everyone's like gathering up there and getting everything all together. Yes, please go on.
Pre-Thanksgiving is happening upstairs while you're down here.
Val would slowly take off his glasses and stare at the 2 women that he's brought out of low berth as they are tied in the bags.
Yeah.
In 2 chairs facing one another.
Mm-hmm.
Convince me which one of you dies.
Upstairs, food is being laid out. Evan is placing the food on the table. We have a bit of time before lunch happens, but it's getting prepared. There's a convivial mood as passengers are sort of happy. Corrine is feeling good up there. Wesley's happy to be sort of sitting in that the sort of co-pilot seat. life is wonderful. And down there in low berth, all by yourself with these two women, tied up to chairs. Behind you, Sue stands supportive. And the
Who
first one
dies?
goes, "We're just refugees. I don't know why you would do this."
He slices her face with a scalpel. Who
And she
dies?
doesn't cry out. You don't want to do this.
Ah, but I do. I really do.
We have friends.
Not in this room.
We have powerful friends.
Not in this room.
You don't want to cross the White Rabbit.
Oh, I do.
We are
Sue.
registered.
Which one has a higher heartbeat?
So goes, the one in back.
He turns
She's
and
nervous.
just slices back across her forehead.
Mhm. And the other one starts whimpering. She goes, "Tell them." The one you've been talking to goes, "Tell them nothing."
Sue, read their heart rates. Keep telling me which one's higher.
So he goes, "One you're talking to up front, she's cool as a cucumber. The other one,
Oh, I know.
nervous." Very.
So you're the leader. Looks at the one he's talking to.
I'm the courier with the most experience.
And you're the leader. Convince me why you don't die.
I will tell you this. Before we got on this ship, I registered our destination and your ship. If we do not arrive,
Bitch, you're in low berth. People die all the time in low berth.
if
Riddle
we
me that.
die, the White Rabbit will destroy you.
I hope so. Where are the kids from?
We stole them.
Oh. Sue, play something fun.
I fell into a burning ring of fire. Down, down, down.
And for the
Flames
next
go higher.
23 minutes, he cuts.
There is screaming, but it cannot be heard outside of the low berth spot.
Takes a sonic shower and goes to lunch.
I have a question. Do you
Yeah.
search their bodies at all?
Sure.
The one in charge has a pack of cigarettes. A pack of cigarettes you recognize.
And he takes one out covered in blood, lights it up. I was trying to quit.
All clean and shiny.
That is the most aggressive jazz hand I have ever seen.
That was amazing.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And Tarika, you enter into Val's lab. And Sue's there. Sue looks up at you and goes, "Can I help you?"
I'm looking for Val.
"Oh, Val will be up shortly.
Where is he?
I imagine doing inspections. I'm testing these drugs." "Do you need anything?"
Do you have Severance's DNA on file?
"Ooh, that's doctor-patient confidentiality."
Yeah. I just need to see if there's a match between his and mine.
"Oh, You'll have to ask the doc about that. He should be up in one moment.
Yeah, I thought so.
Maybe 10 more minutes.
10 more minutes.
Fell into a burning ring of fire.
That's an odd song to sing.
Oh, one of my favorites.
I didn't know AIs had favorites. That's...
Maybe we don't. Oh, have a seat.
I think I'll stand. Thank you.
Mm.
So are you able to tell if a recording has been altered, if an image has been altered?
I'm quite good at that sort of a thing, yes indeed.
This one. Here, I'll send it to you.
Hmm.
There. Has that been altered at all? In any way, shape, or form?
Interesting. It's a bit of a scan. Ooh. Nope. Not at all. Oh, interesting. Seems like this was taken at some sort of reception. Ooh, seems quite old, as a matter of fact. Oh. How old are you?
33.
Interesting.
Why?
Ooh, no reason. This photograph is about 34, 33 years old. Just like you.
Fuck. Are you able to disclose whether or not Severance has been taking age-altering medication of any kind? I promise not to tell anyone. I just need to understand how he can look the exact same age from one to the other. Wait, hang on, out of character. Tarika doesn't know that he's a clone, right? I don't think they do. I don't think they have that
Tarika
information
does
yet.
know, as far as you know, because the crew knows of him as this clone from this planet.
Oh,
Because he had a
okay.
big
This whole
problem
time
at
I've
college when he
been
took
like,
some drugs and it was bad for his clone physiology, and that's how. Yeah.
oh, okay. Sorry, I thought that Tarika didn't know that. So I was like, oh, Tarika doesn't know how he can be this person. So never mind that last question then.
Tarika does know, but that's still weird though, because if Severance is a clone, it's weird that there's that's weird. Do you know what I mean?
Like he must have set the cloning for himself at that age and then not cloned Severance until later. Or not created Severance until later.
Yeah. Like you would probably guess that the actual Baron probably had taken sort of anti-aging drugs, but Severance, who's a clone, is probably 30-something years younger, like a number of years younger than the Baron. But your clone they would probably look about the same in terms of age-wise, but the actual Baron probably took a whole bunch of anti-aging drugs.
Okay.
But your clone clearly hasn't, because your clone is not at all the original Baron.
He's a hard. How old is Severance? He's a hard whatever his age is.
That's right.
Okay.
Hard 37, hard 38.
Hard 38. Hard 38. Yep.
I
In
couldn't
that
tell
case,
you.
Tarika wouldn't ask that question though. I think because it wouldn't. It would be odd, but it wouldn't be as pressing as understanding. Now suddenly the comments from the bridge are making sense, and so they just.
You look quite a bit like your mother, especially in that photograph. Your mother, as you know her, is less androgynous, but has those moments. There's a very similar bone structure. Your mother obscures it a little bit, right? To sort of look a bit more like the stories of the grand nobles, noble women.
She's very adept with her makeup.
She is. She is. But, you two look similar. If someone knew your mother, they would recognize you. You look way more like your mother than you do your father, you know.
Right. I mean, but he is my father.
Oh, certainly, right?
Yes. Yeah. No, there's absolute. And Tirika, like,
Yeah.
they're standing there, they're looking at all of this, and they haven't sat down. They've just been like standing, and then they start pacing across the room, and they're like, no, but that just must be a coincidence or a thought. Perhaps there was some infidelity, but I'm sure she would have taken precautions. There's no way. There's certainly no way she would have been foolish enough to allow something to occur that would potentially damage the bloodline.
Absolutely.
She wouldn't.
Oh, that crest you have. Do you remember it? That you got
Yes.
down there on Marduk?
Yes.
It's a jewel, right? It's
They pull it
warm,
out of their pocket.
glows with an inner fire. It's warm to the touch. Nice green gem with your crest on it. And at the lunch table, Severance.
That's just not so bad.
The Harlock.
What's going on with my
Everyone's
eyes?
there.
Oh,
And,
no.
Marcel.
That's a little less
I'm
great if
having
that's staring right at you.
I'm having
Yes.
a reaction to the food. Hold on.
In your eyes. Oh, no.
The doc is not
Severance,
there
what
yet.
I said about putting food in your eyes.
And
My eyes.
Tarika's not there yet, but everybody else is gathered. So, I'm looking for guest of honor. Is the doctor and also our pilot coming? I have a present for everyone.
Yes, they should be here momentarily.
Oh, good. Should I wait till they arrive, or should I start?
Yeah, I think we'd all want to be here for this.
Good.
Doc would walk in, finishing up a cigarette.
Oh.
Come.
Doctor, I didn't know you smoked.
Trying to
I knew
quit.
you did. I thought you stopped. Oh, yeah. That was it.
Where's our pilot? Where are they? They are.
They should be on their way, I imagine.
I think
Wow.
they would have sent like a ping to Val, and they would just be waiting in his lab until they hear something.
Val would go then to like fetch Terica with the ping that Sue probably gave to
Mhm.
Val and walk into the.
Sue's everywhere. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Sue's always watching.
Isn't that
Oh,
great?
Oh, love
Yeah.
it. So good. Yay.
Yo,
That's
if
great.
anyone's got to be watching 100% of the time, Johnny Cash, thank you.
Tell him that God's gonna cut you down.
Hurt. Come. So, I want to say this was their first great trip
Hurt.
on our leg
Sorry.
trip.
Just now got it.
This was what you say a special time for me. I appreciate you helping me with this journey after being stranded on Marduk. I did not know if I'd be able to, travel as I wish. And I can tell that this group of people, this crew, is one big happy family.
What is he saying? What is he saying?
Because of
Uh,
this,
Does it make any sense to you?
He's saying it's been a nice ride, and he
Oh,
thinks
all
we're
right.
neat.
Very well.
and I appreciate very much how clearly all of you care for each other. And so,
Yes.
I am giving the presents of my trade because of the love. So, first, Pilot Terica, first officer, second officer, pilot, I don't know, for you, pulls out these long black opera gloves made of latex. They are shiny, and there's a
Whoa.
nice open hole where the elbow would be to sort of just show off the, and it's cut actually to frame your elbow perfectly, and hands over these two long latex gloves.
Masterful.
These
I
are
also reinforced the ends so that you could still do work with them and they would not rip or tear.
thank you. Thank you so much. These are oh, what a lovely fit. Thank you.
That's quite
Captain.
impressive. Yes.
Yes,
Cool.
Now, Captain, this
Just
was
wait,
a
Seven.
gift from the entire crew. It was very difficult for me to do because I did not have you to be able to cut myself. But I have a very good eye for bodies, and I was
Yeah.
watching you those few times you skulked outside of your room, and I am quite certain that this outfit will fit you perfectly. And also, I was given very specific instructions to your tastes in the things you love, and I poured every inch of my expertise.
Which captain is he talking to?
Captain?
He's
Oh.
looking. I believe he's looking at you, Severance.
Oh,
Yes,
wonderful. Thank you.
Yes.
So glad somebody's
I-
acknowledged me as captain.
Oh
Because
yes,
you are.
yes, you will be glad.
Mhm.
So, this moment, I want you to know this was perhaps the best thing I have ever done. And I did it quickly, secretly, and perfectly. And I will say, the peep window came out perfect. Let me, for you, show you this beautiful present
window.
for you. And there,
And you're on the computer, which means you're showing me something.
with art by Josh Meehan, one of our sponsors, a bright green, fully latex suit with a peep window right there to show off just your inner peck cleavage. All latex, bright green.
Seven's what you're not seeing.
Oh, there it is. That is really good.
Also, what you're not seeing, which I think is really important that you know, is that also the butt cheeks are open.
Yes.
Assless.
In the manner of all nobles these days.
Window.
Yep.
A little technical portal. Look
Yes.
at me.
You're like Power Woman, right? That's the superhero's name, right? Power Woman?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
sure.
This
Yeah.
Oh, this is so good.
And then, thank you, Josh, so much.
Thank you
Yes,
so
yeah,
much.
this
Over
is-
this suit.
What's really great is you'll only be able, if I wear it, you'll only be able to see my chest because it's green.
Oh my god, he's a floating head and chest.
And,
Oh, that is so cool.
Oh,
and
that's,
I
Evan
love
pours
it.
champagne for you all, for everyone.
this is everything I've ever wanted.
And also goes,
What? This isn't mine. This is.
but
You said
we are
captain.
not
This
done.
is probably yours.
Yeah, it was
No,
made
no, this is for you.
specifically
It's
you, yes.
Tailored
For
for
me.
your
All of your
body.
specifications in the way that you
For
love.
my body, this doesn't look like it's gonna fit.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
no,
And then hands out a white latex lab coat for Val. Doctor?
Ah.
And it's like a full length latex, like a thick, heavy, not shiny, but kind of matte latex medical coat for you.
Oh, thank you so much. This should be easy to clean.
Oh, yes, it is very easy to clean. Nothing sticks to it. No matter what sort of thing you do with your, operation or whatever you do, it will be.
I can be as
perfect.
messy as I want.
Yes, indeed. And you have to have nothing to worry about. And
Never
And
do.
if you ever spill blood on it, I'm sure it'll wash off, right? But that never happens. You're pretty.
Just hose
I'll
it
re-
down, yes.
I'll
you're a
report
pretty clean
back.
person. Yeah.
yes. And
Never seen a drop of blood on you. Weird.
the Arlock. I did not
Yes.
forget about you.
Oh, well, thank you, wizard.
Now, this was difficult for me to make because, well, it's about stiffness, huh? So, and pulls out of a box a hat that looks like a musketeer hat, but it is made out of latex that has been sort of like stiffened and reinforced, so it sort of keeps its shape, like
Wow.
like nice sort of pointy black and red.
Oh, I could poke someone's eye out with this. This is wonderful. Thank you so much, Marcel. You truly are a master of your craft.
Yeah, thank you. I have never seen a crew so kind, so giving, and so with the camaraderie. It is a pleasure being on this ship with you all, and I am happy to be on this ship for a few more legs. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Severance, enjoy your.
How do I
your
get in this? Is it through the chest
powder?
part?
You powder it and then you.
I
Blue.
Yes,
powder it. What powder?
Your body. You have to powder your body. So you don't
Just,
So,
just
if you-
hang it and then jump in from above.
That's what I was thinking.
No, let me. Like,
just
I can help you
teleport
with this.
into it. It
No,
worked
no,
well
there's
last
a zipper in the back, but if you want to use powder, or if you don't want powder, a non-latex lube is also very good. That will help you get especially
Very
over
smart,
the shoulders.
yes.
I can help you with this.
Shimmy up in through the butthole.
Oh right, yes, I didn't notice that. These are
Yes.
this is open. This is
Yes.
open.
Yes.
That's
I
it's
was
very
told you
popular
like-
style. Yes,
I could just
yes.
put my hand through both of these holes here.
Yes,
Not when you're wearing it, but
you know,
Oh,
your
of course,
butt
that
would
would
be in
be-
the way.
Right, that's
I-
assuming I was going to wear it ever. Yes.
Yes, no, I told him. I mean, the crew told him how much you would love this.
and please note, if you notice
Right.
the detailing here, this is the
Mm.
height of fashion right
Very
now.
good.
Yes, in the Florian League, I think. Well, not them, not the Splitter group, because they're a little bit, how do you say this, very conservative. But this is,
Still no idea
all
what
the
you're
young
saying.
nobles. Yeah, you will love this. A toast to us, huh?
Yes.
Sure.
And that is the end of our episode, my friends. As you
I
all
have
toast-
This is
never-
amazing.
I have never been happier in my life than I am having seen that image pop up.
It is so good. I was wondering
I
where it was
know, it's
coming
so
up from.
amazing.
This is so good. It looks like the
so
Grinch.
Good.
It's
handle
the
it.
chesty Grinch.
It's so
It's just
good.
great.
Also, he's just got that coffee mug, you know.
Yes,
was
That's
like-
green.
He's
Yeah.
chilling. Yeah.
It's chilling.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
he's,
also good
he's like,
drama.
don't talk to
So
me. Oh,
many
it's
good
such a
Oh,
good
God, that's amazing. Yeah.
pose. It's so good.
So
Oh my God, glasses are exactly the same.
Amazing.
it's
Oh,
so
my
Yeah.
God,
It's
I'm dying. I'm
amazing.
dying from this.
I love it so much.
I do too.
I need to
So
print
we
it out
have
and
to
put it
go
on
into
my
our
wall with no
outros.
context.
We have to do our outros. As you are traveling towards Thebes. Oh, I should give you the little, like, the thing, right? As you're traveling towards Thebes, there will be a ping on your comms.
Oh God.
Of course.
It's the
Yeah.
AIM noise.
There's a ship that is lurking halfway between you and Thebes that says, we request a parley. We have an offer. And you see an Aslan ship.
Ooh,
Oh.
is this the lion that we are hunting?
Oh,
Well,
jeez.
Those are actual lions.
Well, who knows?
Who knows? But there's a
Oh
bit
my
of
God.
Aslan
Is it actually a white
Oh,
rabbit?
Yeah.
waiting. That, my friends, will be our episode, and I love you all so much.
It was
I would just
such a
like
fun one.
each one of you to say, okay, this is what I want. One, chat, we need a title for today's episode. And then do that while they're giving their
Nature
outros.
and low birth. That's my idea. That's a good one for
Oh,
the title.
While say
a
who you
fire.
are,
Bring
where we
a
can find
fire.
you next, and then just say in this moment when the crew is having a wholesome lunch together and all is right in the world, what is your character thinking right now? That's what I want to know. And I want to start with the Harlock.
Yeah. Probably with the least upsetting thoughts, but of anyone.
Mhm.
That's why I'm
Um,
starting with you.
Yeah. Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Rocket Fox, your second favorite person, and you can find me in most of the places, but most often over on Instagram. You can find me on the Facebook. You can find me even this Sunday, which is the day after tomorrow. I'm going to be over in Cybernation Uncensored in the morning playing a little Minecraft, freaking myself out a little bit because I'm very easily startled. And yeah, aside from that, we are back on over on Sirenscape playing our weekly Cyberpunk Red, and I do have a Patreon in which I post regular goodies, content, DIYs, meditations, send out swag. So yeah, check it out. Come, be one with me. And aside from that, yeah. So first, I'm gonna say what we would close down on the Harlock thinking. So I think Harlock would be thinking kind of about that last situation with Severance and the Baron and trying to parse out like, because there's been a few things that have been kind of weird that have gone on. And they're only getting weirder, and maybe that has something to do with why the Harlock is so far away from their regular space. Who knows?
Pretty
Who's
far
to
away.
say?
May I just ask, when was the last time you checked in?
The Harlock does not check in.
Interesting. So
The Harlock just gets checked in with.
right, so it's been a long time, huh?
Yeah, there's really no reaching out. Like they will send messages and such, but like it's in the line of work that she did ?
Yeah, 'cause
There,
you're totally done with that, right?
yeah, you know. But yeah, operatives don't reach back out. Like that's just not. Like if something absolutely needed to, could probably find a way, but it's just not. Like if something absolutely needed to, then likely you're just dead. So, but yeah, as far as some love goes, I've got to say I'm gonna cheat because I'm gonna say two. But the scene with Severance and wife, post wife, was amazing. Chef's kiss, slow clap. Yeah, that was fantastic. And really bringing that moment into reality, I thought was amazing. And then also this freaking moment with who I will now refer to as Eval, because he's Eval, was amazing. I personally, Rocket, was a little creeped out and a little scared, and I want more of that. I want to feel like the unhingedness, and I want to feel like I personally am being threatened. And it was everything I would have wanted for that.
Like
I do have to
Rocket playing Minecraft scared?
almost. We don't want to
Okay.
we don't want to go crazy.
Because now I know that that's a thing, and I'm never gonna not think of that. So
as an aside, I don't handle being startled very easily well. So if I'm playing and like any of the monsters pop out, like I literally scream into the microphone. Like that's why my microphone is always so far away from me, because I will literally just shriek in people's ears. But also I have to point out to this amazing illustration that really brought my vision to life. It really is exactly what I had been thinking and dreaming.
your vision. This is your brainchild.
So anyway, that's what I've got. Bye.
Yeah, and we got who you are, where we can find you. You gave some love, and we know what you're thinking about. Okay, next up, Tarika, good old Ari. Tell us who you are, where we can find you. Give some love, and then what is in this joyous moment where everybody's very happy? What is your character thinking about?
Hi, I'm Ari. You can find me online on Instagram and on Twitter at Ari_adventures, or you can come see me live in Pike Place Market performing at 9 p.m. at Seattle Theater Sports tomorrow night. And also upcoming another show that I don't know the dates I'm performing in yet, but we get secrets from the audience and we share our own secrets and we improvise based off of those. And it's the first rehearsal was really fun and also really terrifying. And I love shows like that where you can like get into this space of like, okay, we're all gonna have fun and be a little scared. So that's coming up. And when it comes to love, there like the three big ones I was thinking of have been mentioned, which was the slicing of the women scene, Ring of Fire scene. I think I'll call it that. The Ring of Fire scene. The really just like well handled between Myth and you of this like dynamic between wife who thinks she's talking to one person and person who has no clue what is happening in terms of like all this backstory that the wife knows. It was just really such a good unfold there. I was like, this is amazing. And then that art.
Oh,
I've been looking forward to that moment and Myth's reaction like all week, pretty much all
Yes.
week.
Me too.
And so it was really delightful. I was like, but also like the way that Rocket handled the moment of telling Myth
Yeah.
everything about like, here's what I saw and here's
Yeah.
what happened to you. Like,
Yeah.
holy cow, just beautifully done,
Yeah.
staying within the character, giving like the backstory in the background, but not breaking the tension of what
Yeah.
that is and what it can be. So is that all
Oh.
the things? Oh, where Terrica's headspace is. Not great.
What?
No. The person that they hate
Mhm.
could be their
Mhm.
biological dad.
What?
Like, oh my
Yeah.
gosh, there's a lot of feelings there right now. And I think
Well,
we
I
didn't
mean, the
quite
clone couldn't be your dad. I mean, and we all know
right.
that's not. I mean, Severance is not the original, so I'm totally not your dad.
So it's totally different. But also then like my
Yeah.
dad could not be my dad, which I think at this point, and the reason they probably like went to like the luncheon was that they're just like, no, like I'm in denial. This obviously my dad is my dad. My mom had a
Sure.
fling. That's all this was.
Sure.
That's all
Mhm.
that is.
Yeah.
And so there's like a lot of
Yeah.
denial and a lot of like, no, we're all happy here. Everything's so
Mhm.
good. You're happy. I'm happy. We're
And look,
happy.
when you test the DNA of the clone, like I'm sure it'll be
Uh-huh.
fine. I'm sure, right?
Yeah. I can't
Yeah.
imagine that it would come back identical. There's no way.
Yeah. No.
Or not identical, but like they wouldn't be
Yeah.
related. It's a clone.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's sufferable, man.
Yeah,
Anyway,
and I
that's
know
all.
how much you dislike. I know how much Terica dislikes Severance, so I would never do that to you.
You
That's
would
amazing.
never find the one thing and see, that's not a thing you would do. I don't see you
No.
doing that often, all the time, every day.
Mm. Oh, Myth, you're next. Please tell us who you are, where we can find you, give some love, and then say, how's your character, who's definitely a clone and not the original, how they're feeling.
Yeah.
What's in their mind?
Wow. Hi, everybody. I'm Cord. You can follow me on all things at mythomatic.tv, where I do a bunch of stuff. I'm a producer, I'm a streamer, I'm a blacksmith, I'm an actor. Hire me or something. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm here to talk about Severance, the character I played. Boy, oh boy. What was the question?
Uh, who are you? Where
I
can we
hate
find you?
shout-outs. I'm so
Give
bad at
some
them.
love, and then just
Great.
like what's in the Baron's mind. And I'm certain because everybody like such a good homey moment with everybody being so like honest and open and warm with each other. I'm sure the thoughts are only like puppies and flowers.
Only puppies and flowers. You can find me on the stuff. I do things anyway. The love and things. There were some really great points and really awesome moments this episode. Moments before the airlock opening, and I knew what was happening. I was like, oh, okay, trooper, I know where we're going. And then, of course, they opened up, and then you started to describe everybody except the last person.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just knew where it was going, and it was awesome. So thank you for that wonderful little gift. And then moving that on to the next scene after break, where we then got to RP that and act out that scene. That was really hard because I don't know a lot of the story and what she's thinking. So because, and I don't, I think we did talk a lot about Severance's like backstory tonight, and like he, and I think for confusion wise, because it was like we paddled through and waded through a lot of weirdness.
Yeah.
Severance, at least according to me, I don't know if this has changed narratively or in the whatever, but according to me in my backstory, Severance was addicted to those clone drugs, which we were all here for when I made the character.
Yep.
Then kicked it, but he kicked it because
Mm-hmm.
he needed to not be a clone body anymore.
That is
So he
correct.
swapped, and uh, so I think
Can't be a different
Severance.
body, not addicted.
Right.
That.
So and that was how that sort of thing was going. And that happening and him leaving, him being like, okay, see ya, and like him killing his prime and then switching bodies to then leave and run off into the stars and be a drifter, uh, left a lot of things that I, from the perspective of Severance, don't know. I didn't know about this jewel. I didn't know
You
about,
did
which was
not.
great. I just had to go, because both me, the player, and also Severance had to just go, yeah, honey, this is the stuff that happened. Because I, my ploy there, and it worked the best, I think, because it worked well, because I wanted to make it so uncomfortable that you just left the ship. You don't
Yeah.
need to do this anymore. See, it's
Yep.
just so weird.
Yep.
You kind of, so
Yep.
it was just it was a really fun scene. It was a really challenging scene too, to just sort of be this character pretending to be another character, but also in that same interaction picking up and learning the information that he should try. It was really a lot of fun. So thank you just so much, Trooper, for that awesome scene. I really had a lot of fun. And it felt really slimy, like what Baron Severance would be good at. Um, because he does have a high intellect, a high social, and a high education. So he's good at weaving in and out, and his
Yep.
social skill is really high.
Yep.
But he's
Yep.
morally a dick. So it's
Yep.
just he can like navigate those paths, and it was just really cool. Thank you so much just for that cool scene and exploring it with me. And I say this a lot with on when I'm doing blacksmithing. I like really big projects that challenge me because it lifts my skill ceiling. I felt like tonight was me exploring that part of reading the scene and yes and. Um, so that was just it felt really cool, and just thank you so much for that wonderful little gift of that scene and everything, and for it to then turn into just her leaving, and then of course the scan later was super cool because it just all it was great. I'm nerding out about how cool it was, so thank you so much, Trooper, for that. That's where my love goes tonight, but it just scrapes past by I think a hair the scene with Val right before the dinner, because that was super cool. Seeing Val have that, also seeing Greg have that emotion and that passion, and there is Greg is not a man of few words, though, because he does speak a fair amount and can speak a fair amount. But if you listen to what Greg's characters usually say, and not just Val, but with they are they're usually great one-liner
Yeah.
characters,
Yeah.
and there are tons of those one-liners tonight, and um, Greg is just so good. Greg, you're really good at. I know you're here. Greg, that guy that's not on the call, is just so there he is, so good at laying those like cinematic lines and those like Marvel quotes. Not necessarily Marvel, but you know what I mean. That's just sort of those
Yes.
superhero lines that that I was trying to quit. Like all that kind of stuff is
Yeah,
just so
so good.
good, and it's just brilliant. So thank you for all that. And just it was just a brilliant, fun episode tonight. And I can't not mention the latex suit. What? It's so good. I love it. The art is amazing. And
Yeah.
it's sick. I don't know if Baron's ever going to wear it. I'm sure he will. There's going to be a point where he's going to have to because it's a thing now. Um, and now I'm just like hoping we have to like uh, sneak onto some movie set and I can just sneak. It's like a heist where I'm just gotta sneak by a green screen or something, and that'll work great. I think.
You know there's a ball coming because you all laid the tracks for that, so it's
Well,
gonna
yeah. Have you
happen.
seen the latex? There's gonna be two.
uh, and
Oh
so
my
you know, I was
Tesco jokes for
inspired
those people.
with your story
Uh-huh.
by the film Dead Ringer, by with Betty Davis, where her
Yes, you were
sister
telling me
was like
about
had
that.
everything, and
Yeah.
she was jealous. And so she murdered her sister to take over her life, and it turned out her sister was a murderer, and she gets arrested for murder
Yes,
because,
I
you
loved
know,
that.
the person whose life she took was maybe not the best person. Uh,
That is
yeah,
sick. I love that.
yeah,
Thank you for so much for that. It was great. I could talk forever about tonight and this cast and this show. So thank you everybody for watching. Thanks everywhere that is anybody's watching it live with us or on YouTube or wherever you are. It's super dope. So this is what I needed to wrap the week up and to um, put a little nice bow tie around my day. So just thank you everybody. Thanks for next week where we'll be doing the finale and then we'll be
yeah.
popping in for another season. So thank you everybody for that. I'm excited to do that and see where it goes. Back to you. Follow me on the things or don't, whatever.
And Grimjack is the fourth of our crew to say who you are, where we can find you, give some love, and then just say, in this moment where everything is wholesome, we're just having a wholesome lunch. You know, what do you what's your character thinking?
Sure, right. Hey, 21502. I'm Val Morrissey here on Traveler Pirates. Where you surprisingly enough, actually doing something else. I'm gonna be popping Unmade Gaming in a few weeks. Revisiting my time period in the history of ever, and sitting at a table with some of my very favorite people of all time. So more on that whenever it's talked about, but I can't wait. We're gonna have some fun. Um, and the other thing is tonight, everybody said it all. They've said it all. Everybody was fantastic tonight. Such great scenes, such great narrative drive given to each of the scenes, weight that was applied to the knowledge that we as audience members and cast members learned was absolutely fantastic. But I also, and I often do this, and it's never an afterthought because it's always the first one in my head. Chat, you are absolutely fantastic. Again, everything that pops up, the passion, the inclusion whenever somebody new comes in, and then there's a greeting, and it's a wonderful community that needs to be talked about. If I had a blimp, I'd write your name across it because the chat here in the academic foxhole troopers community is absolutely fantastic. You all just do the work of what true support does. True support doesn't talk about showing up. They show up. And they don't just show up and sit in the seats and make sure that their asses are planted. They sit down and they contribute, and they contribute with voices, suggestions. I mean, fucking song titles. And that's what this chat is. It's always been that way. That's why I have been here for years now, because I feel safe, which is very comfortable when you're doing things like this. But it's rewarding in the fact that to feel safe for several hours in this world and do something that is appreciated and augmented is such a wonderful, wonderful. It can't be overstated. Uh, it's a life I like to live in a place I like to live it. And that's that. And what's Val thinking right now? Nothing much.
Yeah.
But if we want to leave on something that's kind of kooky and kind of gross, I would say that Val, every once in a while, as he's sitting there drinking his wine and looking over everybody, he would just dip a hand into not the pocket of his new jacket because he didn't have that on, but just a pocket, just dip it in there, and he would just take his finger and swirl it around in his glass, mix a little blood into it, and take a sip because next week is the finale. Everybody, drink up.
What a fucking weirdo. What? You're drinking blood wine?
Look, this entire cast, all of the characters in this show are wholesome tagonists. And none of them have weird secrets at all. I'm
Nope.
Trooper SJP. I'm the GM for this this group of folks, and I want to say thank each and every one of you for being here. You all are lovely and wonderful. I'm gonna just read out the message from those folks who donated for today. So I want to do that. We got one from Hawkeye, who is awesome, who donated 100 bits, who says, "Time to watch the best tagonists in the universe," because Hawkeye knows. They're tagonists. Vulpes cheered 200 bits with saying, "Good luck to the gamblers." Hoo-hoo. Draft there tipped $25, but no message. So I'm going to assume the message is wear more latex. Void Smoker donated $50. Thank you, Void. With the message, some help with the Baron's alimony and child support. Because, maybe you need that. You owe some child support, friend. Stormbender327, who's an amazing new member of the Foxhole, new battle buddy, cheered 100 bits and said, "I love this episode. Bravo all." I know they're amazing, right? And then Josh, Me and Art. By the way, Josh, Me and Art, who did the amazing art, also did the art for for Ironforged, which, by the way, the new one, we'll talk about that. It's a very big surprise for next week. Donated 100 bits and said, "Such a good episode. Truly a gift you give us each other each week." Thank you. And then Willem TW, who is our chronicler, donated 100 bits and said, "What an episode tonight. Awesome conversations and maybe Kolos vibes. Maybe." This is the best crew. We have one episode left for this season. And of course, clear the season title is going to have to be Marduk for the season as a whole, as our crew is going to be sort of moving in towards a brand new planet. Although some Aslan small ship wants to ping you first, just to say hi, perhaps.
And some assless small latex.
Yes. We did have a question about when would season 2 kick off, and I would like to officially announce that we will indeed have a season 2. This crew
Oh,
said...
and did I ruin it?
Oh, no.
Okay,
You
good.
made it better.
Hey,
they all said yes.
thank you.
They all said yes, and I'm very excited because there's a Zodani consulate who has a secret agent, and they might want to have some conversations with said agent. We have some very, very sketchy experimental drugs on this ship. We have some stolen children. We have a lot going on, and
is the stolen children, did that plotline show up last week?
Yes, they did.
No, crap.
They were the week before.
They were there, but we didn't know they were stolen. We thought that they were that their parents were the ladies there.
Yeah, they kept talking about how excited they were for this place that their parents were taking them, and so we believed them.
But we found out more about before. The reason why Val got nutso tonight was because of last week information.
Oh, well,
no,
that was just a thing that happened.
Ah, crap.
No, these two almost got the crew in trouble, and Val doesn't like that.
I just clearly missed something. All right, great.
No, you all just pulled in a bunch of passengers last time, and they were just refugees who were just tradespeople.
They were
and you knew. Okay,
bullshit.
Yeah. And you just let them on to do this exact thing.
100% bullshit.
Got it.
Yeah.
They just they lost their ship, and they need to travel these grebes from one planet to the next, and
they lost more than that. What?
But
their grebe stock.
They have kids.
Now we have a lot of
very
greed.
innocent.
Yep.
very innocent, and they're
Getting
like, we don't
greedy.
really have money. We'll just pay you with some of our grebes. The ones that have the drugs in them, we'll just swap that back out later. So that in case we get stopped, it'll look like you guys have illegal drugs, not us, and then you'll get in trouble and we won't.
Plans that didn't age well.
It didn't go well. Yeah, same with that wine. Am I right? So just logistics. And the grebes were signed over. We bought the grebes legally.
Half of the grebes were given to you
later.
as payment for their passage.
Yeah, right. That was it.
Mhm.
But,
Right,
yeah.
and we fell for it.
I just
Okay.
think that our lesson from this is we choose
No
the
more
grades
people.
next time.
No more people. You got that, chat? No more.
So much loveliness.
None.
What if
And
the
also, I
kids
have
are
another
white
thing.
rabbit, you guys? Like,
What was that?
what if the kids are white rabbit? Like, they're actually the masterminds behind this
Hate it.
whole thing.
I hate that. But love that. I have another
Dog
thing
talked
too.
to the kids, and the kids have clear. Like the one was like, "Oh yeah, the White Rabbit in the water gardens. We hung out there."
Oh my god.
Marcel's latex
Salesman.
emporium. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it spelled LE_TEX? Latex? Because he's
Nice.
French?
Yeah, it's latex.
latex.
what it
All right,
is.
perfect.
Latex.
All right, perfect.
Uh,
Good.
He's a
I was
tax
trying-
dealer.
trying so hard to figure out a way to put that in. So anyway, here it is. Latex.
latex.
Perfect.
Thank you, everybody in chat. I want to thank each and every one of you who has been here and who is watching. I want to thank everybody who has given tips and bits, all of our Patreons, especially Hawkeye, Aneo, Anamiba, and also Will and TW, and also Josh Meehan Art. And Josh Meehan Art, I want to thank you especially for
Two.
the art,
Mhm.
which I was so
Mhm.
excited to share with someone. And I also want to give love right out here. By the way, where are you? Australis Plays for all of your great comments, and Sithil for all of your lore comments. I want to thank you both for those. That's amazing.
Hell yeah.
Love it, love it, love it. And I'm excited. We just get one more episode for this season. We'll be coming back on March 31st. In the interim will be some other little like short shots in there that'll give you some joy. They're gonna be taking a little bit of a break, and we'll be doing some other stuff. It'll be great. And that's us for now. See us on our Discord. Hang out on our Discord. Check us out, and take care of each other. And there's been a white rabbit lurking this entire season, and some other things lurking. Bye, everyone.
My turn.
Yay! We're in. Wait, we're not yet. Now we are.